Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Busy weekend, busy week, a lot to talk about. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And there's more to Craig than meets the eye, and maybe we'll find out about this soon, too. A lot of rumors flying around. And joining us on the big screen, Junior Soprano's son, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is such a great day on the backstop of my Indiana Hoosiers dominating the Oregon Mighty Ducks. Go Hoosiers.
You know what, Jimmy? That's so funny you even brought that up, and we didn't talk about this pre-market, but I do a little bit of college football gambling and pro football gambling, maybe baseball too. That's no problem. No, I have fun with it. I watch the games. I picked Indiana. It was my biggest play this weekend.
Sweet.
See, look at that. I lost the rest of the weekend, but that was the biggest play I had. So, market taketh away and giveth right back. Here we are, Monday morning. And, I put in my morning note, was it Trump's tweet? Was it over leverage? I forget. We'll see what somebody else puts out here in the next few minutes here on social media. It's always something, but again, it's always something, right? And so at the end of the day, does it matter that much? Probably not really, kind of, maybe. We've got President Trump speaking this morning, and of course he, kind of turned things back a little bit in his rhetoric. And why wouldn't we expect this? Again, I bought some crypto over the weekend. If indexes would have opened up lower today, or if they would have been open on the weekend, I probably would have bought some of them too as well, because anytime that they've impacted the market negatively, they've walked it back. This has just been a theme, right? And so if we did think it's that, you have to think at some point they're going to walk it back, and they did, of course, quickly. And, I would say this too. The one thing that I looked at this weekend on the crypto market was the over leverage and just like the craziness of it. And some sad stories, right? I mean, just crazy amounts of money people are losing that obviously didn't have it. But it's like, man, I mean, crypto moves so much. I don't know about you guys. I mean, when I trade crypto, I don't trade it with leverage. I mean, if anything, I'll trade the futures market.
Yeah, I
right?
mean, these people are trading it like 25 times.
Soon to be 50 times, as you see in other exchanges. It's just
leverage.
I mean, how do you even handle that position? Like, I could afford to lose a few bucks if I, my risk is pretty good. And I look at these numbers and I'm like, these people are crazy.
Insane.
It's just insane. And so, it's an interesting time when you see something like that happen. It's a reminder of, when markets get to highs, what happens, right? FOMO, using leverage, markets move the way that they do. We'll talk more with you, Craig, about what's kind of going on in equity indexes as you've been talking about this. But before we get into all of that, a lot to talk about. We've got giveaways, 150K. We've got all of the traders and content creators coming to meet down here in our home in Naples.
Yeah.
Taking them all to my country club later this week. That'll be fun. We'll be talking about that. But before we get to all of that, Shai, news.
So we have spot futures at their highest. They're trading at above the futures. Sorry, spot silver is above the futures, trading at 51.46, all new time high. Everybody's been talking about that. Trump obviously tacoed this weekend. He sounded like he wanted to start a trade war again with China on Friday, which obviously the markets did not like. And then, of course, on Sunday, he said, don't worry about China, it'll be fine. And then called Chinese President Xi highly respected and said he just had a bad moment, and with the recent rare earth export controls, and emphasized that the U.S. wants to help China, not hurt it. And so obviously we had a big reversal overnight. You had crude gapping up. You had the index markets gapping up. You have gold at all new time highs again. Then, of course, this morning, we had Besant on Fox this morning also trying to calm the markets and saying we're trying to work with China, kind of smooth over the whole situation. No real reaction in the market from what he was talking about earlier at about 7:30. Now, there's a big AI event. Oracle is hosting an event starting today. So we're going to hear a lot about AI and a lot about tech. But this event's a 4-day event in Vegas. And basically they want to use this event to convince the market that the $370 billion stock rally in Oracle has legs. So just be prepared. We're probably going to hear a lot about tech over the next 4 days at the AI World Conference. And these companies are going to try and say, because there's been a lot of questions lately on how much are profit margins really and kind of the circular nature of these companies. And so they're going to use this kind of event to soothe the naysayers. Then we have some interesting news in corporate profits. It seems that Citigroup Index tracking earnings revisions shows that there are more downgrading estimates versus upgrading estimates for the first time. We've had more upgrade versus downgrade. At the same time, S&P 500 is trading at 22 times forward earnings, above the average over the last decade of nearly 19 times. So what they're worried about is this earnings season could add some volatility in markets that we haven't seen in the past. So we will see that. That's what the analysts are talking about this morning. Goldman came out and said U.S. consumers are paying more than half of Trump tariffs, saying consumers are likely to shoulder 55% of tariffs costs by the end of the year, and with American companies taking 22% and foreigners absorbing 18%. So they still feel like we are going to see more inflation towards the end of the year, in other words. Speaking of inflation, we are not getting CPI numbers this week. Instead, they will be released October 24th. So that data point is off the books for this week, just as a reminder. We have retraced some of this damage, but it seems that a lot of people think that a full retracement is probably unlikely because of, one, what I was talking about before about earnings, which we're going to get the banks first, but they're worried about earnings, and they said that there's probably going to be more vol control selling into the close today as Friday's vol spike left a significant market on target exposure. So watch the end of the day trading. We might see some actual movement in the last hour.
We're going to see movement today. I tell you that much. That's coming. Yeah. Anything else, Shai?
So no, that is the news. No data today. So quiet on the front. It is Columbus Day. Bond market is closed. Futures are open, but bond markets are closed. So generally on this day, we kind of do see lower volume in the market. So we'll see what today brings because it is the federal holiday, even though half of them are furloughed.
Yeah, exactly. I hate this dynamic. I hate it's either open or closed. I hate that half open, half not. And when the bond markets are closed, to me, it takes a huge amount of desks off. And I'm sure they're probably watching now, but not doing business. But Craig, overnight, what'd you see?
Yeah, I mean it's still hard for me to understand why Trump did what he did on Friday. Normally,
are you really trying to figure
out? I try to
to
figure out what spawned his ire and what made him do this. I mean, we spoke about rare earths. We've been speaking about it for weeks now, and we even spoke about it last week when this announcement came out. I think it was either Wednesday night into Thursday about how China had put these export controls on, and they were broader than just rare earths, and they were broader than just defense and military. And on Thursday, the market didn't really care. As a matter of fact, Trump was asked about it on Thursday afternoon in an interview in questions in the Oval Office, and he said, "I really have no comment. I didn't really see that." And then 12 hours later, he comes out with this incredible tweet and really dislodges the market. So, trying to understand what he was trying to do there, I really don't know. I mean, clearly, rare earths are a crucial part of the trade negotiations. It's becoming increasingly clear, to many that China really controls the U.S. ability to deliver on its plans to reshore, remanufacture, build back supply chains. I mean, if China doesn't want to give us the rare earths, we really don't have any solutions near term, right? China controls basically all the rare earth processing in the world. And so it's going to take time before we can actually build those facilities to process. We have rare earths here. Rare earths, as Shai has mentioned before, really aren't that rare. It's the processing that's rare because it's a disgusting, dirty, environmentally toxic process that China is very comfortable doing. And we've had NIMBY issues in America for a very long time that's prevented that from happening. So we're going to build that processing capacity here. It's going to take time. But China really can control the speed with which America's economy really can start to, rebound. And so I don't know why Trump is trying to get back into this trade war. We'll, as he says, we'll see what happens. But we had been noticing all week pickup in volatility, in FX, in precious metals. Had that big reversal day on Wednesday. Oil broke down from a range on Thursday and again into Friday before the news, and so there have been some cracks in the hood, so to speak, and the volatility. We know the systematic guys have been all in. I've been talking about that for weeks. Just this positioning has been very long, and so it didn't really take much to spark a very big move.
Little nudge.
Just a little push by the president to get volatility, and that created this. A little bit of this 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 dynamic where you had a big jump in vol, and all of a sudden the vol control funds have to sell. The CTAs have to start selling. And, we are going to see some more of that vol control selling today, even with the market up, right? Because vol, we have that realized vol starting to move. It's the 1 month vol is going to move above the 3 month vol. And those are the types of triggers we get for some of the systematic flows, going the other way. So should be an interesting day today. We'll see how, the market really, is it going to take out the highs? Are we going to retrace more than this 50%? I don't know. I'm still skeptical. I still see some issues under the hood.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, we talked about this last week. Dollar railing against the yen. You see everything getting to the points on the charts where they're overbought, right? And we talked about, like you said, all the systematic guys just sitting there in the longest positions they've been in, or they're all in basically, like you had said. And it's very similar to the crypto, but obviously managed differently. All right, and so that little bit of a nudge is all it took. Again, that's why we said what's the news? How much does it matter? It's always something. The point is, it's always something. It doesn't matter. I mean, you see people in chat even saying that, it's always going to be a news. The market obviously was looking for reasons to go down. We all have been. I don't care who you are. I mean, I'm not long the futures. I haven't been long the futures. I'm long a bunch of stocks. And every time you look, you're like, do I want to sell these? Again, for my long-term account. And I use some trailing type stops for some of the stocks I'm buying, but some stocks I just want to own. I'm not, but then you look at them and you're like, man, they've done so well. Like, you want to sell them. As traders, you want to sell them. That's why I think, again, as traders, if you struggle with that, give other people some of your money. I do that just to take myself out of it. But look at this is what I think it gets concerning about it is for as traders is like, is this happened all at once now? Just like we've seen before. If you go back and look, what's so interesting when I get to the charts later today, because we've got packs on, we go from like this grindy upward overbought to straight oversold in a day, and then it's done. And this has now happened multiple times. Mm-hmm. It's like the market just builds up this, this upward momentum, grindy, higher move, and then all of a sudden, one day, I mean, historically, everybody says, stairs up, elevator down. I get that, but it's never like one day. I mean, all of these seem to be one day now. That's the one thing that really is baffling, head scratching to me.
Yeah, I think it's the dynamic of the magnitude of these systematic flows, right? It's this 0 data expiry optionality is 70% of option volumes. It's every day. It's the same story. It's selling vol, and the S&P grinds higher. And then what you wind up having is you have these idiosyncratic moves where tech up, small caps down,
Exactly.
Energy up, something else down, but we still have that grind and grind. Implied correlations were down below 8, which historically has never been really, kind of historic, never really been seen. And so we get implied correlations so low, it's like you're building up this energy. And so when something hits, everything goes to correlation 1 immediately.
Exactly.
And so that's what we saw on Friday. It was really just, in my view, just a tremor, though. I mean, it's, I don't think we had this one day down and kind of everything is smooth. Positioning is still very, very long in the systematic community. We didn't clean up really anything on Friday. And so I think we're going to be left with that this week. Trump will determine whether or not, we move. But even last night, he said, look, November 1st is still on the table, 100% tariffs, but November 1st is an eternity, according to him. So we have to kind of deal with this, a little bit of this back and forth. But I think we're gonna have the systematic guys are not going to be as supportive of the market from now. And so if the earnings start to come in, with JP Morgan tomorrow and some of the banks, if that doesn't really show up and some of this credit stuff we've been talking about continues to fester in the background, I think you're going to get a little bit more unraveling.
Yeah.
And this kind of reminds me of, remember when we had that DeepSeek news, markets sold off because the Chinese made
Exactly.
cheaper AI, and markets weren't that quick to recover because a lot of the markets went down fast. They didn't, it took a while to, well, it didn't, because in February, then taper tantrum came. But after that initial sell-off, we saw markets bounce, but really didn't make a new high at all. And I think people kind of remember that as well. And so we may not, get 100% reversal over, the next couple of days. We'll have to see, but.
Yeah. Again, but it all pours in at once. We've seen this over and over again. When I get to the charts later, I'll talk about what I'm seeing. Let's get to the tape, Jimmy. Overnight S&P's up $75 right now, 66.70 and a quarter, up 1.25%. Nasdaq is up 1.75%, up $424 at 24,821.50. Russell's up $38, up 1.5% to 24.46. Dow's up 348. Up 0.75% to 46,048. Natural gas down 1%. Not a lot of news there. Maybe we'll talk about that later with Shai. Down 35 ticks to 3.07. Heating oil is up almost 1.5% to 2.234, up 30.5 ticks. And then we've got crude oil, 59.50, up 60 cents, up 1%. Shai, we're getting close to 55 again. That was a time where, remember, I bought that long. It was the last time I traded crude, which was, I don't even remember. It feels like an eternity ago. But I do think if we start getting down to the mid-50s, I start looking at crude oil for a buy again. I really do. I mean, they've been defending that. We're getting outside this range. We'll see what it does here. But I'm starting to like crude oil soon. Gold up nearly $100. It's up 94 to 4,094. Gold, again, going up with the dollar up today. Gold just doesn't care. Gold is just the primary market.
All the
that
metals.
thing is just, that's it, all the metals. You've got copper up 14. What is that? I mean, it's up 3%. 5.035 is the cool kids maybe say. Silver's at 49.65, up 5% today. Up 240.
Huge.
241.
And that is partially because we're having problems at LME and storage.
Yeah, exactly. And then platinum is up 58, almost 59 to 1682, up almost 3.75%. Bonds flat, down a little bit this morning. 30s are at 117.28. Short end of the curve is just flat. 10-year yield comes in this morning at 4.06%. Again, I love any sort of decent sell-off that we were to get on the short end. I would be a buyer of that as well. Last, we'll get dollar versus indexes, dollar versus currencies against the pound. Dollar is pretty much flat. Euro, it's up a third of 1%. Euro's at 1.1614 this morning. It's up against the yen a quarter of 1%. And then really the Swissy, it's up about a third of 1% against the Swissy. Bitcoin 114,000. ETH at 4109. Again, for me, I bought spot this weekend in crypto. I continue to hold an Ethereum position. Tom Lee's got me in this position. He's going, what did he say it's going to, Shai? 60,000.
64,000.
What's that? If you buy them at below 4,000, they're going to be good. No, but I have been accumulating crypto positions on the way down. I like crashes to buy spot. I don't use leverage. I just keep buying it. I buy my ETH. I stake it. I let it go. I bought some Sol, too. I've been starting a position in Sol. I think anything below one. I know, Jimmy. What are we talking about? It's been a while since we've been to you this morning. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
Well, a lot of volume is coming. Everyone's trading this morning overnight. We have, over 200% of the volume that we usually do at this point in time, in many of the stock index futures and all the asset classes for that matter. So there is trading going on. The E-mini S&P right now, I'm a little bit worried. We're at 66.70. There's a high vol level right where we're at right here, right now. We've only retraced back up about 35% of the way, and we have a pretty substantial seller wick on the top of a daily candle. So I'm not as enthusiastic about some upside here for the equities today. I was on my Kraken Pro app all weekend looking at that Bitcoin. Saturday down
That's what I'm using.
5.4%. And I was like, oh man, this is not going to be good. So there's risk off there. We have a little bit of buying enthusiasm overnight. I don't know how long that's going to last. And then look at treasuries are pretty solid. I mean, we had that big rise on Friday, and we're holding our own in the treasury area as well. And then look at the metals are just off the hook. The other thing that worries me, I think, if my memory serves me correct, and I'll defer to Shai and Craig on this, is the November 5th court date. I think the Supreme Court's going to be talking about the legality of the method used to impose the tariffs. China's got to know that. So we only have like a 5-day gap there between tariffs on and maybe tariffs off. And this is a premeditated attack, I think. And then they knew the offense that Trump put back on Friday. He's not going to be defensive. He's going to go back on the offense, right? And they knew that was going to happen. And boom, what do? We got a huge hit, over 3% in the equity market. So I don't think this part of it's over.
No, it's definitely not over. Good for traders.
Absolutely.
And again, I can't stress this enough. Just be small. I mean, I talk about crypto again. I see some of these horror stories out there. PAX addressed this last night. We got PAX next coming up, just so everyone knows as well. Be small, right? I mean, what do you need all this leverage for? I mean, it's a market. People start to think too much about the now and all these needs that they have, and they're getting over leveraged. People chasing rallies, chasing things. It's like, just make money, right? I mean, social media has totally distorted what a trader should be doing in their career, in my opinion,
100%.
right? It's just totally killed it because everyone sees these big gains or these big losses, and it's so unrealistic for 99.9% of the people. It's like, how about you just make some money? I go back to like my career. I made money as a trader, and then I started to invest things. It was like, I never made the most money as a trader, but I made money, and I was able to invest and do other things in my life. Enjoy your life. I mean, these people are getting crazy, some of these things. Some of it, I'm not sure how much I even believe in it, but it's like, come in, slow things down, be small, be smart, make a living at this business. It'll be the greatest thing you ever did. Don't get crazy. Come in on a Monday morning like today, and it's like, be patient. And, you put the time in your preparation. That's what will feed into your patience, and we'll see what comes for today. We've only got a minute left before we get to this morning's Edge Report. We got a lot to talk about still to come. Final words, Craig, and then I'll go to Shai.
Yeah, I think everyone has gotten complacent with the level of volatility being as low as it's been and the level of implied correlations being as low as it's been. And people have felt very comfortable taking on additional leverage and really gunning for things. And, little small moves in NVIDIA, let's say, have big moves on other areas of the market. And so, but as volatility starts to come back and as correlation starts to rise again, things move quick. And so, I mean, we saw, I think, a tremor of that on Friday, but I think the next few weeks we're going to see more of that type of trading. So playing small, I think, is makes a lot of sense.
Exactly, right? Shai, final thoughts before we get into picks?
Yeah, absolutely. We are headed into earnings season. This earnings season is not what we've seen for, the last 3 quarters when everything was looking great and everything just rallied on earnings, and so we could have some volatility here, over the next month or two into these earnings. So we'll be keeping an eye on those for certain.
Yeah, no data again today. As we said, coming in on this Monday, some CPI was pushed back another week, just so everyone knows.
Yep.
That Shai mentioned that earlier today. Craig and Shai will be in chat. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, we're going to be talking a lot about this today, but let's just go ahead and start off with the E-mini S&P here. This is just the daily candle here, and you've seen this post plastered all over social media, this very, very picture. But couple things I want to point out. We're only about 38% of the way back up on this giant red candle. So this was we needed a taco supreme with all the hot sauce on and everything. We just got the taco. That's why we only got this high. But look at where the point of control Look at where the point of control is. It's at 66, not the point of control, but a high volume mode right here at 66.70. That's kind of an important level here, and we stopped right there. Big sells wick on the way down. And let's go ahead and just take a peek at the intraday, because there are some good levels here that we should consider. Let me open this up so my lines don't make everybody dizzy. Right now, we're trading below VWAP. We crossed that session VWAP. Again, another warning sign. I'm a little bit bearish today. We crossed that session VWAP. We crossed that 50% retracement. The London initial balance was the high right now, defining the top of the conversation. The pivot is the low. This is where we opened up. And we have a pretty big gap here, right? We have a pretty big gap up 31 all the way down to 66.05. So keep that in mind also. We have that Jax 3 level down here, Jax 4 level at 66.25 if we do start selling off. And then on the upside though, if you're a bear with this thing turns around, it could, you never really know. We got the 0 DTE H high vol level right by that R1. So there's two areas of interest right there at 67.25. And then that 0 DTE gamma wall call resistance is 67.40. So that's the picture there. The Bitcoin, let me get to the Bitcoin here real quickly. Rough weekend for the Bitcoin. Continues to sell off here right now. Now we're still at almost 115,000, so it's maybe not as bad as we think, but we're back into this consolidation zone that we've been in for a long period of time here. What's concerning is both the stochastics are kind of falling out of bed, and that 80 EMA is quickly approaching that 21 EMA for a cross under right now. So I'm a little bit concerned here. But again, we got that range still. And the bottom of that range is approximately 108,000. So I don't know if I'm ready to buy a dip yet here, but I'm thinking about it. Let's go to intraday real quickly here and just pull this up and out if I can. And the one-day min's kind of defining the bottom here with the Jax 1, right around there, 114,000. That one-day min, should we break down, keep your eye on that. And then below that, there's just a lot of emptiness, except for previous sessions lows, which is right down here at 113,200. On the upside, we've got that blind spot 4, kind of at the top here. We had some attempt to get up to the pivot. That kind of failed at 117,000, but that is a target on the upside. And then we have all sorts of blind spots in Jax levels, 118,000 all the way up to 119,000, which is put support. Let's take a look at the most amazing market I saw this morning, and that's the silver market. Let me just get a daily chart up here. I mean, look at this. We're up 32.85% since August 20th. I mean, look at that candle. That's a dominant candle. It's a benchmark candle. We're breaking out to the upside. We didn't get to 50 yet. Tracy already mentioned the cash did get to 50. We'll see if we follow it. I'll tell you what the high was exactly. It was 49.93. Silver is moving up along with all of the other metals. We have 138.2%. A target up here at 50.336. So a lot of excitement here in the silver market. And let's just shoot over to the 10-year note, because this really tells a good story here. Oopsie, wrong one. Let's get that ZN up there. So we're, again, these are the implied yields right now. 10-year at 4.059, that's in the cash. 30-year 4.634, so a little bit on the lower end. But look at, we're kind of sticky right now, right? We're up into this area, this no man's land area here. What used to be support for this consolidation range, now it's resistance, and I'm going to drag this rectangle over, and we're just shooting through it right now. So, or in the middle of it, I should say. So this is also really sticky, surprisingly sticky for this part of the yield curve to be so strong. Right now in the 10-year, and we're, the retracement, I don't know, might be over. We'll find out. Intraday, there's a couple targets here really quickly here. If you are trading the 10-year, they're a great market to trade, especially if you're trading treasuries. Got that call resistance level 113.08. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Pax.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning, big bro.
Hey, what's up, handsome? Good morning.
Don't even joke with me about this. Like you're looking at your phone. What is it? It's because I just mentioned you on Twitter. He's going, oh God, somebody mentioned me.
I was just, you're such a jagoff. That's hilarious. Yeah, I got all excited. Dopamine hit. I had to retweet it. Ooh, somebody mentioned me. I got to retweet that. That's hilarious. Hey, just a second ago when Jimmy said taco, was I unmuted? Because I started cracking up and it sounded like I kicked him off his game there.
No, I don't think you hear. I didn't hear you laughing.
Oh, thank
Production
God.
probably heard you
That
though.
was
They were
bad.
probably laughing.
It was a hilarious line. It was very good, Jimmy. I can't wait. I can't wait until I get to wrap my arms around that guy.
Oh yeah, I know that's right. Well, you're going to be here in a few days. I can't wait to have you here. I mean, I'm pale, man. This is unbelievable. You're going to come in from Chicago, tanner than me in Florida. I'm pissed.
Nah, I'm not tan either. My tan is faded. That's all right. We'll still look good. Still got the hair.
We'll look good.
Yeah, we're still
sure.
good looking fellas.
Wait till you see all the clothing we got for you. You're going to love it.
Oh, good. That's Listen, Alex. You always tease me about how excited I get when I say things. I just said it. Oh, good. Oh, free clothes.
Great. Savannah's here.
Amazing. That was funny. Oh, last night I was crabby. Last night on the show, I was crabby. I came in short still, and we gapped up, 60 points that put me in kind of a shitty mood. But it was great. It was great being on that show with everybody.
Yeah, you handled yourself well, though. You didn't show much much in there. But you know what? I tell you what, loving you on Sunday night. I know we're going to see more of that. Of course, we love having you here on Monday morning. Now, Pax, here we are, Sunday night into Monday morning. It's kind of a weird day too, everybody, because you got Columbus Day. I wish I was in Chicago for that too. I used to love. We used to have this day off. Now it's like a combination day where it's like the banks are closed, the bond desks aren't open, but yet futures are open. Kind of leaves for a little bit of a strange day. Kind of half the desks are on, half the desks are off. But I'm sure everyone will be watching it. But expect it to be probably a little bit light today, even though a day like today should be pretty busy. But I want to start with the bond market first because the bond markets are above your quarterly pivot. When I looked at it on the Sunday night open, the first thing I looked at, obviously I saw equities open up the way that they did, but I went to go to the bond market and I said, let me see what they're doing because they had that big rally. Again, they have been sideways, and now you've got this big rally in bonds on Friday. They didn't quite make a new high. They held your quarterly pivot, and to me, now I look at them and go, what's going to happen here? Because if the bonds start to make highs, what I start to think about is, why are they making highs? Not that I think too much about the why, but if they are starting to make highs, is that going to be bullish for equities because rates are going down, or are they going up for the wrong reasons? Either way, that kind of doesn't matter. It just matters that if the bond market starts to make a new high, it's something to keep note of. What did you see on the 30-year open yesterday?
I think it's just a flight to quality trade. I think I'm not going to read too much into it. If they can sustain this bid, we still have to take out the. We have kind of a double top forming in going back to September, 118.19, 118 spot 19 to sound fancy, and 118 spot 29. I think that's the high. Let me look. Yeah. 118.19, 118.29. If we take that out, then I think that's bullish equity. I think everything is bullish equities right now. I don't think the rug has been pulled out from the equity market. I think we rally going into the end of the year. And that's something for me to say because I've never seen a bid that I haven't wanted to hit. I want to be short every single day of my trading career. So, I think this is a flight to safety trade, flight to quality trade, and that was the rally that we saw on Friday. And then the gap up that we're going to see today. So we took out that quarterly pivot 116.25, and then we've been trading above that, and we're sitting at the highs of this move. Let's see what we end up doing. Bonds are closed. Bond desks are closed today, so that mutes capital flows a little bit, and I think that'll carry over into the indices too. A little bit of a post Friday hangover.
Yeah, exactly. And a little announcement here before we talk about the rest of the day. This segment is now going to be sponsored by CME Group. You and I on Mondays, we're going to be talking about spreads. We're going to be talking about different markets. And so this is a whole new segment for us here on NinjaTrader Live. And we're going to put a link in the chat. There's going to be a lot of talk about spreads, and you're going to talk about that. Really, when we talk about spreads, it could be multiple things. It could be gold, silver. It could be, really kind of any kind of spread. What's going to be really interesting is that when we get into you talking about spreading like bigs, that they're minis now, minis into micros. And that's something that you and I did for many, many years. I mean, I used to just spread bigs into minis, and now that people can spread minis into micros. It's the same concept. But now it's all on the screen. And so we're going to be talking about a lot about that. And I want to announce that CME Group now has 1 ounce gold futures, which I think is such a great product for those that want to get involved in gold. Gold has been by far the primary market that has both fundamentals and technicals. CME Group launched a while ago the 1 ounce gold futures. That is 10Z Z5 right now. Is the contract you could pull up on NinjaTrader. So exciting to be doing this segment with you each and every week, my brother. So let's get back to, let's go to gold next, because we're talking gold, and we're going to go into the big gold market. Gold packs, this is what's interesting about gold to me, is that, you had that, it wasn't a huge move in the dollar, but it was a decent move higher. And what I thought when I saw that was, is that going to impact gold? Is that going to impact equities? It did eventually impact equities. It was that dollar rally against the yen and the euro. Gold didn't care. Gold actually took that dollar bid and that little bit of selling that came in, and it even bid it up. Here we are today, unlike the bonds, where they got a lift on Friday and then didn't make a new high. Gold has now made another new high. What are you seeing in gold?
Oh man, the other day on Wednesday, I think, when gold sold off, I had tweeted, we were trading around $40, and I had tweeted that gold wants to trade underneath, Thursday, underneath Wednesday's low, which was $40.05, that gold wanted to trade down to $39.60, and $39.60 was going to be like the moment of truth. I tweeted that 10, 15, 20 minutes before we got there. And that was the moment of truth. So that was a really good spot to have taken along at. Gold has been, unless you're going to trade like the opening, unless you're going to trade opening range breakouts, or you're going to trade, like I was talking about last night with Sarah, you're going to trade, breakouts on a shorter time frame. Gold has gone straight up now for since 2019 really, but since late August, when we were trading around that hugely important quarterly pivot of 33.33 that me and Jimmy Cagnina talked about so many times and so often. So trade location in gold has been very difficult, but it gave us a really, really good buy opportunity last Thursday at 39.60, 39.62.64, but 39.60 is the exact price. So now we've got really good trade location, and there's no reason to get out of that. I don't see a reason to short the gold. Gold is not going lower. I talked about last night on Sunday night. I talked about in our show. I talked about gold is no longer a hedge against inflation, like is textbook thinking. Gold is a hedge against, I don't know, it's a hedge against the world losing control. It's a hedge against the Fed losing control. It's a hedge against chaos in the world. And I think that's what we're seeing. So, while everything is uncertain, I think the price of gold continues to explode. Also, Anthony, there's always been talk, most of our lives, there's always been talk about the metals being manipulated, and to some extent, if you're a conspiracy theorist, to some extent or another, we're seeing that now in silver as well. So, I don't think that these markets are going lower except for a very short trade, and these dips are to be bought. Gold has got another $300 at least in it before this swing is completed. I'm long. I bought more last week, and I'm looking for $43 and I'm $43. I'm looking for $4,350 to $4,400 in the trade. We've been talking about that on Fridays. Last Monday, too, I think we talked about that. We're going to 40. We've got another $300 in this. Well, $200 in this now, because we're at 4,100. We got another deuce and a half before this swing is completed, and then the market sets up for the next swing.
If I look at moving averages, I know you don't. And the reason why I look at moving averages is simply because it helps me identify trend. And I know you do a little bit. I mean, but it's not really a part of your strategy. But yeah, it's not really part of mine either. But I look at it to always just check the temperature, per se, of what the trend is. I've got a measly 8-day moving average up there. Hat tip to Sati. He's one of my favorites out there. Him and Ripster. I love their cloud formations. I look at this and I just laugh, because it's like, if there is a stronger trend out there, I haven't seen one. Obviously, in some of these tech stocks, you might see that. But when it comes to a futures markets, the trend followers in these markets, there has been no veering off this path. I mean, this thing has been as bid as anything as I've seen. And what's also, when you go back and look at it, and when you look at how they build this foundation again here, where there really was it was a time consolidation, a time correction, not a price correction. And now you just see this thing continue to defend an 8-day moving average. It's not even 2 weeks of trading moving average. It just keeps going. And I always look at Bollinger Bands. It also helps me tremendously. Anytime I see Bollinger Bands opening up like a mouth, it's range expansion. I add that with your quarterly pivots. And when I see that, I only look at one side of the market. I mean, that's the one thing that I think that too many traders are probably looking at gold and saying, yeah, they're more likely to be looking for the price correction versus trying to find a way to go with what price is doing.
Right.
And the reality is, if you just narrowed that focus and said, look at all of these things are checking boxes, it's above PAX's quarterly pivot, it's above a moving average. You put a couple of components in there to say, if it's here, I'm only going to look for longs. Gold has only been a buy for what? I mean, I don't remember a time it's been a sell, maybe for a brief moment going back in June, July, but it just continues to be the trend that keeps on paying technically and fundamentally.
It's been a buy since Jimmy Munoz. You remember Jimmy Munoz? It's been a buy since Jimmy Munoz had me make my first gold trade. I bought gold at 60.10 at $610, and I put in a 59.82 stop or 59.85 stop overnight. I got stopped out the next day. We rallied up to 680, 710, and it just took off from there. So it's been a buy since whenever Jimmy Munoz, 2006, when Jimmy Munoz had me buy that. I just thought of that, Jimmy Munoz. Anyway,
people are asking. No, I'm going to say real quick, the CME 1 ounce gold futures, I want to talk about that again just real quick. They didn't just launch those. They've been out for a while. Just making sure you know that there are multiple products in these futures markets. Many of you get so focused on the big contract, probably too big for most of you. Know that there's 1 ounce gold futures. Back to you, Pax.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange is always innovating. Terry, by the way, I was very instrumental in helping Terry get elected in 2001 or 2000. Anyway, so they're always looking for ways to bring hedging opportunities to the financial world, which gives us, as I don't like the word retail, but retail or independent traders, an opportunity to trade other markets that have liquidity, that have open interest, that have volume, that have price action. So I am super grateful that I've been a part of CME since I started on the floor in 1988, 89, all the way up until today. So it's a great point.
People get so fixated on these big numbers, Pax. I want to talk a little bit about that with you before we get into talking some spreads, and we'll talk equity indexes, of course. Coming in to the Sunday show last night, I knew you were going to address this when you saw all of those crypto numbers coming out there where people just get way over leveraged in those products. I mean, I see those things and it makes me just crazy because really they don't have any guidance to someone actually teaching them about what it really takes to become a trader, because they're really impacted by what social media has told them, and it's really unfortunate. When we came in, remember I tried to make 10 ticks a day when I first started. I remember I used to watch Flem, Morty, VXD, you, and they'd be like, listen, come in, kid, try to make 10 ticks, which is $250. Just come in. And I was a member of the exchange. It's just like, and I'm trying to make $1,000 to $1,200 a week. Now, mind you, that was 25 years ago, but nonetheless, still that same model comes into today. Make money. I've said this a million times. I've never made the most money out of all my trader friends. I remember being in an office with guys. I'd have 6-figure days. I'd come upstairs and there'd be 5 of us in the office and I'd be the guy who made the least. And so I always knew my place in the market. But I built a business for myself. I built a life for myself. I took that money, invested it. Just make money. These people come out here. The world has gone, I think, so south because of what's happened with social media for young traders coming in and chasing gains. They got to come in, and I put this post out yesterday because it was really where it took me in my mind, is that I only think about where I'm wrong. I never think about where a market could go. I always look at everything as like where I'm wrong. I go back to like your quarterly pivot last night in the S&P, which we'll get to. I was looking at that at 66.58. I'm like, well, if I want to be long here, I could kind of lean on 66.58. I know I'm wrong if it doesn't hold it. I didn't think about where it could go. I thought about how much I could buy, what my risk was, and wherever I'm wrong, bang, I'm out. I didn't think about, oh, we can go to 6,900, or I didn't even think about that. I just thought about only where I'm wrong. And that psychology is totally shifted in the days of social media now, where people are just trying to do too much too quickly. And then the reality is it's working exact opposite of what they're trying to achieve. And you see things like you saw this past weekend.
You know, when I started on the screens in 2013, my only goal was to be green at the end of the day. If I made 100 or 200 or 300, I was happy. I was thrilled. And going back to 5 years before that, I was one of the guys that had six-figure days on a regular basis. 10 years before that, when you would come up to the office, I'd be up $100,000, $200,000. And in 2013, my only goal was to be green. My only goal was to protect myself literally on every trade that I had, because I knew that the $250 would be $2,500, would be $25,000, would be $250,000. And it's been all those things. But I needed to protect myself, and I needed to protect myself above all else. Now, futures, trading the indices or trading whatever futures market we trade gives us great leverage compared to those that are trading stock. 5-to-1, whatever leverage we have, we get to utilize that. One of the reasons why I don't think that these funding companies are important, it's brought a whole generation of traders in here, but I think that they're not good for them, is because firms like Ninja and others offer that kind of leverage that we need. Now, the thing that you and I will always talk about, and the thing that I harp on constantly, and I did last Tuesday or Wednesday live on Twitter, so use stops and everything. So, we can utilize leverage properly, or you can let leverage destroy you and destroy your life by using stops. It's just simply by protecting yourself above all else. In 2013, the only thing I wanted to do was protect myself. When I started the NASDAQ, I made this point last night to Stowe. When I started the NASDAQ, we were $100 a tick, every one lot. So if I had 50 on, that was 50 grand every 10 points. And we were bid, the market was always 10 points wide. What's bid? I'm 10 bid at 20, 810 bid at 820 off, or 20 bid now, So if I had 50 on or 100 on, that's 50,000, 100,000 every 10 points. That's huge leverage. But I was right out on every trade. And so I was able to trade bigger size as a result of that. I was able to increase my leverage. I see people that are falling into the traps of the thirst traps of cars and houses and watches and all that other shit. And none of that is worthwhile. None of that is good enough to be your why. If that is your why, you will be among the 90% of traders that fail. I tweeted this yesterday. I am not impressed with what somebody makes in a year, 5 years, or 10 years. The only true measure of success is what you take with you when you are done trading for active income, Anthony. So while you would go up into the office and you would see us all up 6 figures, 7 figures, in some cases 7 figures, my brother, it is only you and me that is left standing. Too many of us have died young. Too many of us have just given up. Too many of us are completely broke. Too many of us have lost our minds. You and I are standing because we decided to protect ourselves in everything that we did. Every trade I make, I protect myself. Mickey taught us that when I started taking his UOT classes in the late 90s. Before I take a trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out. Before I select a trade, I've got to know my outs. And that doesn't stop. It doesn't ever end. And when it does, you run the risk of blowing yourself up. So you want to be an asshole? You want to go chase those Ferraris and those Lambos? Go ahead. I guarantee you will not be here in 5 years.
No, it's 100% right. I mean, look at where you and I are now. I still think the same way as I did when I was a young trader trying to build my career. I'm still scared of going back to the point of not having money. And you keep it close to you because I've got too much to live for. I've worked too hard to do what I'm doing. I always, I got to take care of my parents. I got to take care of my family. I got to take care of all these things. And I always look at that and I go, look, I got to stay in business. And I feel that way today, even though obviously it wouldn't be, you're always one trade of, potentially, making a mistake, right? But that's why in every single moment of every single thing that I do, I'm very careful about the way I go about it. And that's why I've learned just to slow things down and just like, do you really want to do this? Or, the one thing that you get better at as a trader as time goes by is that when the moments get busier, you slow them down and you look at it and go, you I might not make a great decision, but I'm not going to make a decision that puts me in a place of weakness. I'm always going to be in a position of strength. That's the way I look at it.
100%. That is 100% right. Some of us have the natural ability when fight or flight mentality, right? When things go crazy, when everybody else is losing their mind, my mind slows down, my heart rate lowers. So, naturally for me, and that's one of the things that make me a great trader, is that naturally for me, everything that everyone sees chaotically in the domes, I see in slow motion. If you don't have that ability, if everything speeds up, and everything goes nuts for you, there are tools for you to learn how to slow things down. There are things that you can employ to help you come from a position of strength. Always come at this from a position of strength. Right before we started the show, I tweeted, if you lost money last week, leave it there. Leave it in last week. It's history. Lost. The word lost means, and doesn't just imply, it means that it's gone. Now, don't make trades based upon your money situation. Don't make trades based upon your P&L. Make trades based upon your business framework, your process consistent, process repeatable, process scalable. If you can do those things, you will put yourself in a position of strength, and you'll put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on these markets. When we have moves like Friday, they're not threatening to you. There are opportunities for you, and opportunities for you to go big, go small, or not at all, which is a good segue into spreads.
Yeah, let's go. Let's talk about spreads. But you know what? I love our chat so much. Good morning, chat, by the way. Great to see all of you. Whit said, can't go back to public golf courses. Whit, you always make me laugh. You are freaking funny, man. I tell you what.
That is funny. I missed that. That's hilarious.
It's kind of true. It's kind of.
It's true.
So hit that like button, hit subscribe button. Like I said, Pax and I are going to be here every Monday morning talking about other markets, not just equity indexes. We're going to get into indexes now. We're going to talk a little bit about spreads. Pax, we're kind of setting the tone for what you and I are going to be doing going forward. We're not going to do really. There's no trade setups exactly right now that we're going to talk about, but I want to talk about micros to E-minis, the spread, and how people can utilize that as a way to become a better executor of their strategies. I think that's what this is all about. When we look at spreads, number one, there's a couple kinds of spreads, right? Do you want to trade, the Russell S&P spread, which I've traded, the NASDAQ S&P spread? Do you want to trade gold, silver? We're going to talk some of those spreads from time to time as well. But one spread that we should talk about that I think can help traders really right away, especially if you're a trader who's like teetering on, should I trade E-minis? Should I trade micros? Talk to us about how you can help other traders utilize going from E-minis to micros and how that spread would work.
Well, this is a incredibly vast and wide expanse of conversation. So one thing I want to make clear is that the wealthiest and the longest term surviving futures traders are spreaders. The people that I've known in my career that have made the most money are spreaders. They're period, full stop, as people say, end of story. They're spreaders. So, I had always thought that, in the bond pit, the bond futures pit, had the deepest amount of millionaires, right? I mean, traders that just made huge amounts of money. Then the S&P was a close second, the Euros also. But the NASDAQ had created more millionaires in a shorter period of time, including me. And the best traders in the NASDAQ traded the S&P NASDAQ spread. So I learned a lot I learned a lot about trading the spread from those guys. And then when I went in, I was never any good at it though. And then when I went to the hogs, then I learned how to spread from there. So the concept of trading the mini micro spread, I think, is an important one. And it's something that I've pioneered in social media. Well, I didn't invent spread trading, but I pioneered it on social media, and my traders in my group do it. So it's a great way to talk about leverage. It's a great way of being able to utilize the E-mini contract and the micros to be able to trade out of. The way that I use it, well, I don't necessarily use it, but the way that the traders in my group use it is to keep their margin low, to keep their, you don't have to have a huge account balance. I think, this is another misconception. You need $100,000, $200,000 to trade futures. It's not true. You can trade 2-lot minis and trade out in 20-lot micros with a $10,000 account at Ninja, and that's you can be better funded, but that's still something that's doable. Now you have to manage your expenses. If you're going to trade a 1-lot in the minis, you've got to be right on everything you do. But if you trade in the minis and you trade out in 10-lot micros, you have a lot more profit opportunities open to you. So you've got a lot more different things that you can do open to you. It's not necessarily hedge, but it is a great way to learn how to take profit on the trade. So in that sense, it's not technically a true spread, but it is something that gives you the ability to learn, kind of, for lack of a better expression, the philosophy behind trading. So you buy a 1-lot at 72.5, you sell one at 73, you've got to be right. You buy 1-lot at 71 and you sell 2 at 74, 2 at 80, 2 at 90. Now you're building a position. You're learning how to trade both sides of the market. We come back down to the opening range, you get stopped out. Now you're short from 10 handles higher. Now what are you going to do? You've got multiple profit centers open to you, ways of managing your profit, ways of adding to your size without adding to your risk. There are a lot of great things that trading the mini micro spread offer you that trading in and out with 1-lots and 2-lots don't. You trade into a 2-lot, the traders in my group will trade 2-lot minis and trade out in 20-lot micros. It is a great way to learn the philosophy behind trading. It's a great way to learn how to add to your positions. It's a great way to learn how to carry positions. You're short 2, you buy 5, you buy 5, you buy 5, you got 5 left, that's your runner, 5 micros left. Now you want to carry a position home, you cover everything but 1 micro. You go home short 2, minis, long 19 micros, that gives you 1 micro short. It's just a great way of learning how to trade. And I can talk. If you're going to start thinking about doing this, please do it on the simulator. Don't do it with live money.
Yeah.
Look at this student.
So I want to talk about this. Number one, why this is an important topic is because the goal is to grow into an e-mini trader, right? We have a ton of micro traders out there, right? Obviously, as traders come into this business, they should go sim, micros, e-minis. Okay. When you are a micro trader, the goal to get to an e-mini, and the reason why I say it is because when you get to the e-mini, that's where you're going to now at certain areas, you're going to be able to use less contracts and obviously have a more expensive, position on. But now when you get to an area that is really price sensitive, and you want to actively get into an area, especially when you look at what Pax does with his opening range, you don't want to be clicking in a bunch of micros to get to 1 mini. You want to be able to click in a few minis to get to your max position or whatever that number may be. So the goal is, when you are a micro trader, is to continually test your strategies, build up your account, but when you eventually become a mini trader, it's not just go right to e-minis and then leave the micros behind. There's a transitional period. So when you become a mini trader, now you can scale out with the micros. It allows you to then build and earn your way to becoming a full e-mini trader. That's something that I think about for a lot of these traders. They talk about the evolution. They think sim, micros, minis. Well, the reality is it's sim, micros, combo e-minis and micros. Then you become an e-mini trader. And even then, there are going to be times when you become a full e-mini trader. You might be like, look, if there's a huge move today, I'm just going to slowly peel them off with micros. And so you and I are going to talk about this a lot.
Look, even when you become a full mini trader, if you start trading out in 4 lots, you become a full mini trader. Now you got 40 micros to trade out of. So in a position on a day like Friday, when we have 17, 15 handle rotations, it gives you the ability to be able to add to your positions just by covering one side of the spread or the bad leg, so to speak. So now you've just literally added to your position without adding to your risk because you're just short, the original whatever. the funding companies or prop that so many people are trading don't teach you how to trade. They teach you how to scalp. They teach you how to adhere to rules and guidelines, and that is a very, very positive aspect of trading. You have to learn how to protect yourself, but they don't teach you how to trade. This teaches you how to trade.
Yeah. Looking at that move just coming real quick in the Nasdaq, just market's getting a little bit of move here, getting into the getting ready into the open. We will talk more about that here with Tanja in just a minute. Now, I said we're going to be giving away a NinjaTrader lifetime license. So if we can't pull it up right before we get into Tanja here, I want to do this with PAX, so production can pull up that for me. We're going to be doing Tanya's giveaway and my giveaway. Tanja, we're going to announce the giveaways when we get to it, so we'll talk more about this with Tanja. But we're also going to be giving away a NinjaTrader lifetime license, and Tanja's going to be giving away a 27-inch LG ultrafine display. We're going to put that link in there. Of course, I'm going to bring in Tanja here in a moment to talk a little bit more about markets with her. But make sure you click on the link in there today. We're going to be giving away that lifetime license and that ultrafine display, that 27 inch LG on Tanja's when Tanja's on today during NinjaTrader Live. So be sure to do that. There's going to be a lot of different ways to win. And so we appreciate all of you being here. Hit like and subscribe for my big brother Pax, as he'll be joining me here each and every Monday morning for this CME Group segment where we're going to talk about spreads, and we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, Pax and I. But mostly, we'll try and focus on spreads, Pax. But love you, big guy. I will see you later in the week in person. See you soon.
I'll see you Wednesday. Love you too, brother.
All right. It's Monday. Big Monday. Kind of an interesting day. I talked about this with Pax, and we talked about it earlier this morning. It's Columbus Day, so you have bond desks are closed, but then you have all the stock desks are open. You had a big move overnight. We talked about this a lot, and we're going to talk a lot more about it here with Tanja in just a moment. But remember, one of the key things that we talked about this morning is just be small, everybody. You saw a lot of things happen over the weekend. If you're on social media, some of you may not be, but you saw a lot of horror stories, too much use of leverage. Come in, slow things down on this Monday morning. It's about being calm, cool, and collective. Like I always say when Tanja comes in, she sets a great tone for the week here on the network because she comes in calm, cool, and collective. And just remember, be small, inch your way into the week. And we're about to explode our way into the week. So it's now time to trade the open with Tanja Trades. Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is Columbus Day today. Markets are open. Shout out everybody in the chat here. Yeah, you mentioned the giveaway. I'm excited to do that later as well.
Yeah, I'll let you go over that as time goes by a little bit this morning, but I want to let you know that you're going to be playing golf with me and Jared Tendler on Friday. You're in my group.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. No way. Okay, that's sick. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Jared Tendler?
Oh,
yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. I'm excited now. Sick. Okay.
I'm so excited. I know we're going to have a lot of fun. Can't wait to have you here in Florida. The weather just broke too, Tanja. It's perfect here right now.
Oh, that's great because right here it's not perfect. We're having a nor'easter up here in New York today and yesterday. Winds up to like 50 miles an hour and rain.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's sunny, high 70s. Maybe it might even hit 80, 81 today. It's absolutely perfect. Can't wait to have you here. Let's get to the charts this morning. We just had a decent move here in NASI. Market's moving quite a bit here before the open. We talked about what happened over the weekend and then coming off of Friday. Again, I love having you here on Monday. I always say you're cool, calm, and collective, and you come in and set a great tone for traders. And I think it's extremely important, especially on a day like today. Like you said, Columbus Day, markets are open. Some bond desks are closed. But here we are on a Monday coming off of a really busy Friday. What do you see coming into today?
Yeah, I mean, that Friday was super busy. And what's crazy is I was actually at the New York Stock Exchange on Friday, when that was happening. But as we know, nowadays it's not the same. There's no pit trading there going on. So you actually didn't know you wouldn't have known what would have happened. It was that quiet there, unless you looked at the screens over there where it dropped. I remember it was like 11 40 or something like that. And I look over and I'm like, wow, the markets are just steep drop. S&P is down 0.9% in like 10, 15 minutes. And then of course, immediately I check my news sources and Twitter and see those Trump comments about the China tariffs and that there's no point of him even going to China in 2 weeks that he planned because of all the retaliation there. So, and then of course it continued dropping twice as much that after that. So that was kind of insane. And it's a very, very fun experience nonetheless, even though right now, it's no longer pit trading. It's just all these market makers on the floor, basically. I saw Einstein of Wall Street and also Jim Cramer. I saw him in the distance, but Einstein is the guy that invited me, so that was cool. Peter Tuchman. But yeah, I'll go into that later, and later I'll even have like a video that comes out about that. But just my little tidbit about how Friday went for me. I wasn't at my desk. And then here, I honestly thought, looking at how we closed near the lows, that there was potential for a gap down on Sunday. And of course that didn't happen. We gapped up. And yeah, now I'm definitely measuring out the fib from all this move lower to see what we're going to do here. We already had, like, during Asia, a retracement higher. And of course, like you just said, we're pushing higher right now, like in the 30 minutes leading up to the open. So it doesn't seem like it wants to sustain any down move. It's holding this gap up. Didn't even like test it at all, right? It just gap and go straight at the Sunday 6 p.m. So it doesn't make me really want to be aggressive on shorts. So we're gonna have to see how today unfolds if we take out the London high and what we're gonna see today. I'm kind of worried that we might have a bit of a consolidation if new news doesn't come out, but otherwise I feel like it might be a busy day if we see some more tweets about the tariffs. So yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be mindful. I'll be ready for either fast or slow markets. I'm mindful that we had such a huge range on Friday that, it might look like a normal trade with normal structure, but the stops might be wider. So got to be mindful about contract sizing because we're probably going to have an inside day from the looks of it. So that's my thoughts for today. I saw that you kind of similar. You saw that you said that on X that, there's nothing interesting to be buying swing positions in. But yeah, we might have just like larger ranges for some day trading fun today.
Yeah, it's exactly the way I feel about it right now. It's been so difficult as somebody who's moved their time frame out to trade indexes. Like, you wait for the dips to buy, but it's like, unless I was at my desk Friday and, on the close and decided I want to be long into a weekend, why are
Yeah.
you establishing a long position? You try to let things
Yeah.
settle a little bit, and then you come in and you gap up and you're like, so what I think it's done is it takes the medium term traders out of it again, like myself. And you look at it and go, it's really a short-term day trading market, which I think is great for everybody here. Obviously, most people that are watching this are going to be super short-term day trading. But I think the important component is that you had this big move, and now we're, like, exactly like you said, we're inside this big move. So today could be a really big range with an inside day. And, I guess the question I was going to have for you is, how do you handle that when you have a range as big, you have that huge candle, and then you come into it? I saw you were measuring the fib. What kind of changes the day for you to think that it could be a trend day up versus a potential to fill the gap? What are some scenarios you're looking at?
Yeah, some scenarios I would look at. I think, this London high. I want to see how we react to the London high here at that we created at 4 a.m. at around 24,946.48 level. 46.5 on NASDAQ and on ES. We'll see here at 6706. So to come down and fill the gap, the perfect scenario for me, and I just think about that, like what would be ideal for me? Probably that one of the indices takes out that high and the other one doesn't, we have a divergence and then a shift lower, and then I could go for the gap fill. And like you said, yeah, honestly, it makes sense that you wouldn't be just trying to long after the first huge down day, right? There's definitely always more that could come. And we were literally at all-time highs before that drop on Friday. And so it makes sense that no one really would want to put that risk on going into the weekend. So it kind of makes me think about the psychology of that as well, like who actually wants to be longing here. But anyway, so here versus this high, I think that would be ideal for me if maybe NASDAQ takes out the high because we already did start to push up a bit. And then we get some sort of shift on a lower time frame, maybe a 15-minute or even the 1 minute, depends on how structure will look like. And then we could go for a gap fill. That being said, we are pretty much in the middle of the range right now. Yeah, we already had rejected this here. And the fact of the matter is, yeah, we didn't have a fast move lower, so I can't just be shorting right away here. I do think that we could probably take out this high. But if we are going to continue past the high and really displace past it, well, then it's kind of like a situation we've had plenty of times last week where we dropped lower and then we just reverse, right? Because after we take out this high, we keep above it. And same thing here as well. It's just push past it with a displacement here. So if we just continue and we don't sweep it, then I'll have to consider longs. Yeah, and it really depends on if it's an energetic push past this high for me. If we just kind of sweep and reverse and keep sweeping and reversing, we're going to have a range day today, which is my least favorite kind of trading to be doing. I don't really like holding trades in consolidation. But if that happens, then you just have to establish the range, which will probably be from this low to this high, and then just trade the extremes of the ranges. So essentially that's what I'll be looking at. I'll mark out basically the range from this high from London, 945-ish, and then here 729, and we'll see how it goes.
Yep. I like how you mentioned the divergence up there because as a swing trader, something that I look at a lot is when we're going down, I look for divergences to see if the weak market takes out the low and the stronger market doesn't, and then the weaker market gets back within range. I always use that as a way to say, look, it was kind of that move where maybe if the weaker market goes, hey, let's get below this low, and then they look behind and go, uh-oh, nobody came with us, nobody followed us, and they quickly gets back into range. I like that scenario for a day like today because if one of the markets were to take out the overnight high and the other markets were not to follow, I think that becomes a situation where all of a sudden you will start to see sellers come back in again. I think the mindset coming in on a day like today, following Friday, is if you've already been long and you didn't cover, you're not looking for reasons to sell. Now, if the market just grinds higher, you're not going to bring sellers in. But if you see an index go up and make a higher high from the overnight and the other indexes don't follow, I think that's something that could be very interesting to look for. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's something I would be looking at as well. Tanja, I'm going to leave you now. I know we've got the giveaways. I like that we're tying in. We're giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader, which is super cool. And we're giving away the 27-inch LG Ultrafine display. I'm going to hand it over to you right now. Talk to everybody in chat for that giveaway. Make sure you like and subscribe. We cleared the 150K, no problem. I think we're on our way to 151K already, and it was just been a couple of days since we cleared it. Normally I say I'll see you next week and say goodbye to Chip, but Tanya, I'm going to see you in a few days, and let's go, kid.
Oh
We're
my
going.
God, it's going to be so fun.
Yep. All right. I will see you soon. I'll see you in Florida.
All right, let's go. All right, everybody. Hope everyone's well. Happy Monday. We're all here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. 15 minutes until the open. Chat, I did not check. Are you guys bullish, bearish, or neutral today? I think this is an interesting day to see the poll. How fun. So much fun. Isn't it kind of fun? Finally, there's like something going on and we're not just keep grinding higher and higher, but can't be too like eager to be shorting like at all-time highs. We're still near all-time highs. We had one very large move lower, right? We took out like 3 weeks of action on Friday. Can't be too eager, just in the sense of just not marrying one bias. So let's see, what did you guys vote? 46% bullish, 23% bearish, and 31% neutral / sideways. Word. I'm kind of neutral. Yeah, I'm neutral. I would love to be shorting, right? The neutral / bearish, but like I said, we took out 3 weeks of action. Can't be too eager on that sell button, especially if there's no sustained movement lower. Let's see. We might have to be just trading those ranges that I marked out. Let's see. Today, oh yeah, so I picked out a fun, a really good monitor. It's like a 27-inch LG monitor. It's the one I use, or the most similar one. It's like the newer model of the one I use, because they come out with these new ones like every year. And you're going to be able to see the candlesticks super in a super fine, ultra fine. I think it's 2K resolution. And it's like an ergonomic swivel, the way that you can attach it to your desk, so you can pretty much put it wherever. It's very, very nice. So chat, what are we doing? Are we cooked? Is the market cooked? Let's see. So basically on Friday, what happened? That was just insane, opening up my trading view, and I was at the New York Stock Exchange, being like, wow. And at that point, I think we had only moved down to here. We took out the last 2 days. Here we took out, if I go to the weekly, that's the thing. I think we finally came into a weekly fair value gap here. We took out the last 3 weeks. Weekly fair value gap here. And for now, yeah, held that. Let me take out this fib for now. Put it back. Held it. Now we're in the middle of the range. Like we love that, right? I'm just joking. I don't love when that happens. So same thing, ES took out last 3 weeks of price action in 1 day. That's very healthy. And then now we're in inside day. And a premium of the range too, because we are above 50%, right? So I'm neutral to bearish. Gotta be watching the range that we develop. I think it'll be just kind of insane to take out, like the thing is, to be long, where are you going to be kind of aiming for that? Because we already retraced the premium of the range. And I think it would be just insane if we took out Friday's high now. I mean, it's not out of the question. We've seen crazier things happen in the market, and all you need is kind of like a Trump tweet. Guys, this time I'm waiting for the buy signal from Trump. Remember last time he said now's a great time to be buying. This time I'm going all in. I was buying back then, but it was who knew that was the local bottom. Let's see. Yeah, it's a bank holiday, Columbus Day. We got IMF meetings all day, and FOMC member Paulson speaks at 12:55. And I think finally on after October 18th, the FOMC cannot be speaking anymore. I mean, any members. I think it's the blackout period. Let me see. Yeah, the 18th to the 30th. It's the blackout period. That's lovely. So they can't be basically speaking and having all those speeches during that time. Awesome. And then the meeting will be taking place at 28th and the 29th. I'm sure people are wondering where I'm seeing that. You could just Google FOMC blackout calendar and it'll literally take you to their website, the federalreserve.gov. So, you gotta come in without being too eager, but also don't be too calm because you have to be ready to press the button if you see something. Can't be trigger shy, right? So you have to be like the perfect in between. $9.22, yeah, we can mark out this, that. We had, how much of a range was that on Friday? It was crazy. 1,200 points pretty much. Isn't that wild? All right, we can go to the 15-minute now. I wonder actually what's the midpoint of, all right. It's the weekly. Go down to the daily again. Just wondering what the midpoint of this is. This 4 hour. A little higher. And okay, and this is a little higher. All right, so it's not much higher. So I wouldn't really want us to go much past this or even 25,000. Now, obviously 25,000 is just a psychological level as well. All right, cool. So yeah, I don't think I need these fibs anymore. And then we'll go to the 15-minute. Thing is, yeah, if I thought that today could be another fast move lower, I mean, I would have wanted that this high be the high of the day and that we'd already be like lower and into this gap, and then I'd even go for, down into the gap or Friday low and more downside, but we obviously didn't get that. We're just in the range again. So that's why I'm sort of just more neutral today. We'll see how the open goes. Got to be mindful it is a bank holiday. But also, we had a humongous move on Friday, so you don't know, it could be more interesting than usual. Okay. Let's go to the 15-minute. Now you can bet on Kalashi oh my gosh, how long the government shutdown will last. That's crazy. It's forecasted for 35.1 days. I think the longest one was 35 days long in 2018. Yeah, 35 days. Okay. Hmm. Right. Well, the open will be in a minute and 30 seconds. We're all ready. We're all set. We got the charts up. And well, we'll see, you guys. We'll see. What did you guys vote again? 44% bullish, 31% neutral. I'm thinking neutral slash sideways. We'll find out how we trade these ranges. Maybe 30 opens here. Yeah, 8:30 open and midnight open are very close to each other, and they're sort of also in the middle of the range, so it's not really going to help me too much today. Yeah, okay. All right, guys, here we go. Here's the open. Who's ready? We can go down to the 2-minute. Hmm. The telltale sign if we won't have much movement will be, wicks on both sides. And if there's not any FEGs even on the 1-minute to work with. Mm. Yes, slightly stronger, which is interesting at the open here. Okay. So I'm already seeing some low probability action unfolding with NASDAQ going lower, ES going higher. Like I said, I want to see how we react if we get up to here to this London high. It's not like what I would have thought for it was like a push straight up, holding this up to the London high and then a reversal from there. But obviously, we're kind of starting off slow, morning kind of slow. I'll mark out the first presented FEG here of the day. There is one right here. And for ES, it's over here. It's inverting it now. We have equal highs here at ES, which are sus. All right, here we are at this low that I marked out, the 15. So let's see how we end up going against it. This is just a pre-market low. See how we react here. Hmm. Dropped about 100 points. Okay. In the first 5 minutes of the day. So, even if these smaller ranges, according to structure, are very large, right? All right, let's see. 30-second. And so far, we're not really holding below that low. We're wicking it on the 15 minutes. So I want to see how we're going to end up reacting on the smaller time frame now, and then we'll take it from there. I wouldn't want to short with equal highs above on ES, right? So ES didn't hit these lows from the pre-market like NASDAQ did, the 715 lows. That could end up being the divergence for today if we're going to go for bullish or, back up to the upper end of the range. But I don't want to be too early on that, right? So let's see. Just retracing to 2 minute here. NASDAQ, we'll see how we react. Kind of want to see actually if we are gonna invert this on the 2. And the 3 as well. Okay. All right, yeah. Let's see what ends up happening here. Are we going to continue lower? Are we going to have a reversal here for the day? Honestly, ES, I kind of want to, yeah, I'm going to keep ES on the 2 minutes, just easier to read. And I like this 2 minute FEG right here. We're in a 4-hour fair value gap basically right now. We swept the previous hourly low. We have equal highs above. That's why I'm not going to be just shorting right here. I'd rather see some sort of continuation first if we're gonna drop lower. I want to break this low, right? Nasdaq's been hanging around near those pre-market lows. Hasn't made a new low of the session yet, so it's hanging on. Yeah, let's see what happens. Is it gonna invert this? Will we get that? Well, right now we're getting some sort of push up pretty strongly. We just pushed up like 70 points in the last 2 minutes. Again, right? Got to be like noting that so that you know to go smaller sizing than usual. Always remember, if you feel more comfortable, there's nothing wrong with taking micros as well. You can make plenty of money with micros. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm gonna take a short look at yeah, we're up 1.7%. ES is up 1.25. All right, so we pushed up there. And we inverted the first presented FEG as well. I'm gonna look to try this as a scalp to see if this is gonna work. Not a scalp, sorry, but I'm gonna try the longs here. We inverted. We retraced to below 50%. So, yeah. Thinking back up to this pre-market high, minor buy side, equal highs for ES, and then the London high. Just by the way that we took out all those previous hourly lows and previous 4-hour FEG. We couldn't hang below there, right? Like I said before. So my stop will be 30.5 actually. See it. It'd be nice to really have a strong push here now. Especially ES, it would be nice to take out those equal highs. All right, stop's going to be pushed up to here. So we're breaking this high of another displacement. We're up very nicely here. See it. Be nice. I don't want it to retrace back to here. We completely rebalanced this. We filled in this 1 minute FEG here and this BPR to the downside. We closed above this. So let's see more push. I just removed a lot of risk from my position as well. Don't love that we didn't displace past this high. Don't love that ES is retracing here. Give it like a couple more minutes. See if we displace past this high now. It's going. Will we get it? Will we get it? Come on, ES. You could probably take partial soon. Let's see. Let's see. I don't want to give this too much time, honestly. Let's see. It's so slow. You have very large ranges, right? Let's get it. Let's go. Will we get it? Will we get it up to this minor buy side? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. That's the first target, right? I also have the London high as the second target. ES just took those equal highs. Let's see NASDAQ can catch up to the pre-market high. Stop should be break even now. So if I'm moving my stop to break even, right now, stops at break even. Okay. So now it's a risk-free trade. I obviously want to see more continuation. we can't really, if ES sort of wicks this, then it'll be a different story. So let's see how this goes. The end of this 35 seconds, right? Until this minute. There's 2 minutes over, actually. The minute's over now in ES. The equal highs are close above them, so that's very nice to see. So let's see if we can staircase back up. Staircase back up, let's go. See how we react to this. Don't really want us to invert this, right? So that's why I keep kind of pushing my stops at break even now. You want this to hold and this order block, honestly, to hold for a nice smooth push back up higher. We're up. Oh shit, I should not have looked at my P&L, but I'm up a lot. Up 75 points. Just take a deep breath. Yo, you guys, if this hits it, we'll pull out the money gun. It'll be a fun day. It's 9:53. It'll be cool to hit this before 10. I entered here 9:46 in this trade for 7 minutes. I'm thinking ES should get to the London high at this point as well. I'm also thinking I should putting my stop at break even, and we'll see if I take a partial soon or not. Wait, like that. All right, I'm gonna take that partial in a second here. Let's see how this reacts to this little area. See in the next 19 seconds. It's still looking good. It's held like the wick is in the upper half of it. So just let this play out. This is totally normal. 7 minutes in, I'm up. It's up to like 75% of my target. Push it to the limit. Come on, NASDAQ. Come on, ES. These are nice. These are nice equal high smooth again for ES, so it should be nice to push past it. Come on, Nazi Poo. You got this. I'm also just cognizant of the way I act. Like if you start cheering on the candles, you know. You gotta recalibrate a bit. All right, let's see this. I don't want this candle to really fail now. I want us to just pop up from there. So if we just come back again into this FEG, I'll probably take my partial. I'm watching the 30-second as well as it unfolds. You got it, NASDAQ. So I want to hit this by like 10, right? Or like 3 minutes left until 10. Yes, it's starting to look better. See how it ends. I'm sure there's people screaming at me to take the partial. No, let it play out. I mean, this was the first target, right? The minor buy side, the pre-market high. There's no reason for me to, if you're patient on getting your entry and patient in drawdown, you got to be patient while you're in profit as well, right? It'd be sick if we score this. It'd be like 100-point move. Get there, get there. You got it, NASDAQ. Yes, looking good too. So I took out, ES took out those equal highs from pre-market, right? And it made an FEG there and it bounced off of there as well. Come on. It's teasing me. Don't you love that? Stops 2 points before your TP. We got it. Hit it, hit it. Oh my God, please. You got it, bro. Let's go. First target smashed, 100 points. Let's go. Now we obviously I'm gonna trail all the way down to this swing low. Let's go. Now we gotta see how it reacts to this minor buy side, right? ES gunning for that London high, right? And we're just trading the range, like I said, right? We wicked below this little pre-market low. Now we're just going for pre-market high or London high, right? We went for this minor buy side at pre-market high. The next high is here from 4 a.m. So let's see how that fares. We don't know if that's going to be like a super smooth way to there or not. So either way, profit has been locked in and trailed. Woohoo. W's in the chat, please. Let's see them. Let's see the W's. This is one of my biggest trades, so this is great, especially on live stream. Woohoo! Hell yeah, all the W's in the chat. Pull the market. Pull the magnet, yeah. Tanya, thanks for displaying your patience. I would have been out already. Appreciate showing what patience can do. You're welcome. Patience pays. Patience pays. That's literally what it is. You can continue to trail if you would like. I'm trying to kind of figure out, you know, obviously at this point, dynamically, that I keep that dynamic risk in thought. And inverted this on the 32nd. Two, three PDRs would fail there. I mean, I'm just kind of waiting to see what this is going to look like in a second. This is the 1 minute FEG. It needs to hold here essentially. Otherwise, I'll probably just cut it soon. Take the rest of the profits off. But right now it is holding that. It is holding it, so. Right. Right, definitely I'm putting my stop to here now. Sick. All right, now I'm very happy with this sort of dynamic risk reward. I just want to rocket off from here and then go towards that London buy side. So, and ES as well. See if it unravels now to the upside. Feels like a money gun day. Hit the like button if you've been enjoying the show so far. 1.9K people watching. Let's get it to 2,000. We're also going to be giving away a LG Ultrafine 27-inch trading monitor. All right, so we just made a new local high, which is a good thing. That's good. So definitely I would want this stop to be here. We'll see how this ends. That's good. If there's another order block and FEG created here, that'll be nice. CES go up here, will be nice. Right, it did. That's good. Right, that's a good sign. Let's just continue staircasing up. Either that and get stopped out in 80-point profit. So W win-win. Either way. Don't love that ES didn't make a new local high. So that could always show like a slight divergence where it might come back down or retrace again. We'll see what ends up happening here. ES should. If it wicks this, then that's a good sign, though. See how it does. If it comes back down below here, I mean, then I'd probably get stopped in profit soon. Oh, looks like we're wicking this for NASDAQ. Let's see if we can have another push up higher. It'll be nice. Yes, creeping lower again. See what it does. Either right now we'll either have continuation up higher or we're going to kind of consolidate, you know? And that's fine if I get taken out. I don't want to hold on a consolidation, which is why I keep trailing the stop up. Might be consolidating. Right? That's what I don't like to see is when ES can't make another new high. NASDAQ did. I want to see ES make a new high of day. It'd be nice. Otherwise, I'll probably get stopped in profit there. So far, NASDAQ's been hanging around that minor buy side, right? The pre-market highs. It's decent. It's 10:10. Been in the trade since 9:45-ish. So it's been 25 minutes. The first target hit at 15 minutes, right? Cool. Let's see. Will we get to London high, people? If we do, you know, that'll be sick. Money gun will come out. What are we gonna do? Like the thing is, dynamically, I'm happy with my risk right now as well, right? Like it'll be stopped in profit, and where price is right now, I'm still risking like 30 to make 50, right? From here. Or 25 to make 25 from here, 25 to make 60, whatever it is. Point is, you see, yeah, right? It's closer to the red line than it is to green line. That means like the dynamic risk is good. All right, new high of the session again for NASDAQ. Will ES follow or not? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it's going to play catch up. It'll be nice if it does, because I like when the sisters are in tandem, right? Because right now we made two new, yeah, we'll see if that's the failure. Let's see. Two new highs of the session with NASDAQ and ES didn't follow through, right? Oh, it's dropping. It feels like we're just consolidating right now. So, I would have wanted the push to happen here or here. So probably not gonna go to the second target cleanly. We'll see. It's likely I'll get stopped here. See, like on the 32nd, we had a pretty big bearish FEG there. See what it does. We're basically at the minor buy side level again. I don't like the ES came back down again into here. I don't like that NASDAQ. Did it come into that FEG? No, it didn't. It's 50-50 right now, what it's gonna do. This market's kind of crazy. Lots going on here. A lot is going on. I don't like the inversion. I don't like that we have a 30-second. We've been kind of holding in that 30-second for a while now. We've been holding underneath the minor buy side. So unless like now we can get above this high, oh, we are. Okay. Now I'm putting my stop up to this low essentially. That's the way to do it. It's like I said, I don't really want to be caught in a consolidation. So this should be the last push up now. CES, can you get to new high of session? The thought process why I put my stop to here. I mean, that's the SMT of ES here on the low, right? That's the divergence there. So we started pushing up, inverted on the 32nd. Yeah, that's basically it. And again, if I get stopped out, this is like it's a 90-point win. Let's see this low. Yeah. All right, secured the 90 points there. Out of the position, out of the long position. W's. Pretty cool there. Secured $3,800 live on stream. And now what? We'll see what ends up happening here. Like I said, I didn't want to be part of this consolidation anymore, so don't really care what ends up happening. If we end up taking the London high, I'll be happy my analysis is correct, right? But I got to the minor buy side, right, which is my first target, and yeah, I just trailed super tightly there, and I basically got out of the rest, like 10 points below that minor buy side first target. So good trade, very good trade. I'm happy. ES definitely is struggling right now. So let's like look at the higher time frame. Don't need this anymore. Clean this up. Yeah, now you have NASDAQ retracing a bit. ES, maybe ES starts getting stronger now. I don't know. We'll see. So congrats to all the longs. If you took long, it was a pretty epic trade. You know, highlighted that saying we swept those lows, pre-market lows, and ES actually didn't. So that's your divergence. And I said if people are long bias, that's where, you know, start looking for the reversal. And basically after this push up, that was the market lending its hand, showing I drew the fib. And when it retraced to 50%, I basically just hit buy and held minor buy side to here, and pretty clean trade. Pretty clean. Who wants the money gun today? We haven't brought out the money gun in a long time. Because Mondays can be slow, you know? So this is fun. We're having more volatility in the marketplace. Who's ready for it? Woo! Woo! Let's go. Shout out to Projection for doing that. That was fun. All right. Columbus Day, we made 4K basically. Sick. On a bank holiday. How fun. All right. And it was a good trailing stop out. Now we are slowly dripping lower here. Right? Dripping lower. So it was a good stop out. Good trade here. Let's see. Right? Entry, target, target 1, target 2 was here, London high, and we kept trailing and stopped here. Fun. Patience pays, patience pays. Hit the like button. Yeah, like we said, NinjaTrader got 250K subs, so we are doing a giveaway. Keep watching because I will be choosing someone in the chat to win a 27-inch LG ultrafine monitor. Someone said one of my best trades. Yeah, woohoo. Yay for more volatility. I have a feeling, I have a good feeling about the coming weeks. Okay, let's see here. Congrats on the trade. Thank you. Love your process. Very easy to follow. Yeah. Woohoo. Who says ICT is hard to understand and follow? I'm just drawing boxes on my screen. Yeah, that was a good trailing stop. Because we have dropped 60 points since then. RIP. RIP Bulls. I mean, that's basically what happened, right? I said I gave it like one last shot here to push up there, right? Because that was the SMT if it was going to go higher. And that's what I was mentioning. Like, I didn't love that ES could not make a new high session twice there, right? So that's where things started to slow down on the long side. And yeah, we're dropping now. So it's very much like a range trade day. And the easier trade to be part of there is near the morning. This is the manipulation, right? And then it's just accumulation, manipulation, distribution, right? All right, sick. Fire in the hole. Woohoo, 608, 611 likes. Get it to 700. Good day. It's a good day. It's a good day. You know what's funny is that I literally thought that the I thought that the New York Stock Exchange was going to be a little bit louder. I actually had a feeling it was going to be quiet, but I thought it was crazy. I was there, you guys, on Friday at the New York Stock Exchange when the Friday drop happened, and there's no more pit trading or anything. It's just market makers there on the floor, and if you didn't look at the screens, you wouldn't know that there was a drop. There was nothing, like no yelling or anything. I just looked over. I was like, oh wow, and then I checked my news sources to see what had happened. And at the time, I was actually doing a little interview with Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed trader on Wall Street. He was cool. Yeah, he's a really cool guy. 40 years at the New York Stock Exchange. And stay tuned and make sure to subscribe to my channel as well. On YouTube, that'll be coming out. My interview with him. And then actually after that, we went to the World Trade Center and we visited a hedge fund. It was on the 85th floor of the World Trade Center. Pretty crazy. Crazy views. And it was just cool to see how all of that works over there. You guys think that ES is going to hit the low now? I mean, it's possible the way that if it's range trading and it never hit this low, when NASDAQ did, it could catch up. Very tricky. ES was starting to be weaker, right? Yes, basically we inverted this FEG that took out that minor buy side on the NASDAQ, and it invalidated that SMT, and that's where we just dropped from there, right? And it retested it here, and then further drop. Now this is where, price gets tricky, right? So I'm not in a rush to get into another trade. Got 4K out of that trade. And obviously it's not a clean, if it is going to move higher, it's not a clean move higher. It's pretty much range trades today. So we had marked the bottom of the range, which I thought was this pre-market low, right? So that's why we ended up doing it that way. Clean up this for a bit so I can see this, right? Here, inversion. I mean, let's see what happens. Is ES gonna now continue down to that low? This is this pre-market low here. Again, ES is sometimes cleaner on the 2-minute because you can see there's just that drop down. It's pretty quick and it has a lot of FEGs. Yeah, I mean, you can see if it retraces. This is where the drop started. This is only pretty much if you're bearish. Which again, I was neutral today. So I'm not in a rush to get into another trade right now. Let's see here, but we are going to do the giveaway where we're giving away a 27-inch LG monitor. It's going to be sick. So you could see, I mean, that's literally I've chose out the one that I use. Well, it's the updated model because they update those models every year. I use that as my middle screen. So you're going to be able to see the candles in a super high resolution, high definition. So right, this was here, 1018. This is pretty much where we started dropping. NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ has a 2-minute above 50% as well. So that's what I'd like to just use that to monitor what we're gonna do next. If we just invert this, I mean, we're just gonna have a high resistance move back higher. If we close above it, if we just tap into it and then start dropping, then could have that continuation down lower. I redraw there the inversion here. Inverted, came back, then continued dropping. Took out the sell side here. Some minor sell side here as well, just trend line liquidity. So yeah, it could retrace here. I'm not particularly bearish, to be honest with you. Just in the fact that let's go to zoom out on the 15. Actually, let's zoom out on the 15-minute again. Right, because we already had, like, we didn't really have a major SMT just on the 1 minute. So that 1 minute SMT can just serve. I'm not going to put so much emphasis on that to go take out like 4-hour levels. I'd rather use a 15-minute SMT, right? So that's why it was way easier to take this SMT. This was like a 15-minute or even hourly one versus the pre-market low here, right? And what I mean by that is like, yeah, it shows up on the higher time frames. This 1 minute SMT here is not showing up on the higher time frames because look, ES and NASDAQ both retraced and made a local high here. It didn't take out this high. No, nothing interesting. So that's why I'm not particularly bearish right now to be going like, oh, I think we're going to go for that pre-market low on ES or gap fill it. So I think it's more of like a seek and destroy, a little bit like of a range trade or a high resistance move higher, meaning it's not going to go smoothly one high after another. It'll take out a high and then take out a lower time frame low before that made the high. So that when you are trailing, you are going to get stopped out and profit. And there's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, let's see right now what we're going to do. This 2 minute NASDAQ. It already tapped into it once actually, and they couldn't make another low, right? This did tap into it. Tiny bit wicked into it. Seen ES now. What time is it? 10:33. I think we're giving away at yeah, so let me see. There's a link in the chat for the giveaway. I believe. Yes, it's pinned in the chat. And you have to be in the chat when I pick the winner. It ends at 10:50 a.m. So the winner has to be in the chat. If you don't, if the winner doesn't respond within 5 minutes of the announcement, I will redraw. All right. So make sure to hit the pinned link in the chat to enter. There's 1,800 people entered already. Or there's 1,800 entries. Cool. Because you can unlock more entries. This is a fun giveaway. Fun. And that's to celebrate NinjaTrader hitting 150K subs. Woo! That's fun. That's a fun time to be hitting it because now we're all going to be meeting up in Naples. So make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. And enter the giveaway. All right, so basically we're still in this 2 minutes, so this makes me think that we're gonna have more of a high resistance push up back higher, especially these highs are very smooth here, right? They're pretty smooth highs. There's not like a jagged high, right? This is a jagged high up here, right? So it is harder to reach that. It's harder to make those types of plays. That's why, I mean, I'm not really surprised that it didn't go straight to it after this minor buy side here. So, yep, good tape reading there. We have 5 minutes of cleaner here. Not so much. A lot of wicks. Wicks be wicking. Closing above that 2 minute now. So I made that inversion. So let's see you guys. See if NASDAQ ends up making the new high. Again, I'm not really, I don't know. What time is it? It's 10:36. Is there any 1-minute SMT here for the upside? Yeah, there is. Right. So I'll be tape reading this one. And then I would draw a fib from here to here. And there is a bullish FEG that is below 50% here, this part of it. Yeah. We can just keep drawing the fib. Either that or it'll run up without retracing. That's fine either way. But the point is like we've tape read correctly pretty well. The 1 minute, there's a 1 minute FEG right here that is in a discount. It'd be kind of interesting if it did retrace to there. Order block here as well. Don't need this. This was I was right, the 2-minute bearish one I marked out to see if we're gonna have a shift back bullish. So I'm just deleting it as I see that we did expand past it and close above it. All right. Minor buy side. Back up to that level now. Basically, when you see me looking through the different time frames when I have a fib up, I'm looking to see if there's any bullish fair value gaps that line up within my fib levels, below 50%. Right. So on the 2-minute, yeah, so most of the 2-minute FEG is below 50%. But in the 1 minute, all of this one is. So that's basically what I do. It's not rocket science. No gatekeeping here. See on ES now, this one is below 50%. So let's see if it retraces down to here. And like I said, this is order block and fair value gaps. It's at 10:40, right? We are choosing the giveaway winner in 9 minutes. Who will win? I think there's 2,000 entries already. And don't forget, like, don't forget that we're also having a competition 1 week from today for the arena, NinjaTrader Arena Cup Challenge. So if you haven't signed up for that, check that out as well. First day qualifiers is Monday the 20th. And I will be here on NinjaTrader live streaming it. Me and some other creators. It's going to be fun. Me and some other traders like Jade Cap, Lumi will be here. We'll be having our own competition with charity. Our winnings will go to charity, and that's going to be super fun. That way we're not taking away any sort of prize from you guys, from the audience. So yeah, check that out also. I'm sure that they're putting the link for that in the chat as well. In total, there's 400K in prizes. It's crazy. Oh, actually, oh shoot, the one that I'm hosting is full. There's already 10,000 people entered. Damn. So keep an eye out for like the second and third qualifier then. Because the top 10% of those in from the qualifier rounds will then move on to the championship round, where the winner will win $100,000 in cash prizes. And even in the qualifiers, I see now that there's a qualifier 2 is open now. I think that they'll probably put the link there in the chat as well. 3,000 people have entered. So there's still 7,000 spots there. That will be the 27th. Yeah, so basically, if you don't know, NinjaTrader is hosting this huge competition. There'll be 3 qualifying rounds of 10,000 participants in each round. The top 10% in each round. The top 1,000 people will then go to the championship, where there's a 250K prize pool, and the winner will win 100K in cash. And even in the qualifiers, there's prize pools, right? There's a 50K prize pool for each qualifier, and the first place in each qualifier will win $8,000 in cash. So that's really sick. That's like the biggest competition I've seen. And you got nothing to lose. So, I mean, obviously that's why the first qualifier is already full. So if you haven't registered for that, there's a second qualifier that is open to register for, and already 3,000 people have registered. But anyway, I'll be here next week. Make sure you're on Monday. There'll be a bunch of us here live streaming on Monday and taking trades. It's gonna be fun. So isn't that funny? Like, this is why it's good to draw out fib. So then you're not buying and chasing price, right? And now we have retraced into that point of interest here on NASDAQ. We just did. Wait, did we actually? Yeah, we did. See a little wick into that area right below this. And you see, if you had put your buy limit there, you'd be in the zero drawdown at the moment. And it's just a much better risk reward, obviously, than if you're just buying. That's why it's helpful to just draw a fib. When in doubt, fib it out. Right? Then you're not buying in and chasing. So far, like the 4-hour looks funny on both of them. So you can see here, we'll tape read this from where this area I marked out on NASDAQ. And what's funny is that I did mark out this one on ES. I said, oh yeah, this is above 50%. So and it wicked that area, didn't come back into it yet. Anyway, the reason why I'm not in a position right now is because I don't want to open myself up to more risk after taking this nice long here. This still looks decent, and it's a good RR. Oh, look at that. See if it will take out this low or not. This is essentially where the SMT was, right? So let's see if it takes out that fib below. ES, will it come into this lower one? Basically, I would not want for Nasdaq to stay bullish. Don't want this low to get violated, right? It's a fib low. This is the retracement. This would have been if I had been in the trade. That would have been my fill. So then it would have been 0 drawdown, then drawdown for 1 minute. Now back to break even here. So let's see what ends up happening here. ES did retrace into the deeper FEG here. So maybe that was what it needed to do. We'll find out soon. And also soon, we're about to choose a giveaway winner. And make sure you got to be in the chat to claim the prize. Ooh, wow, there's still 1.8K people watching. Wow. Wow. Tanya, what's your take on the gap below? Well, we feel it's on the 15-minute. I was talking about that all morning, basically, right? No, because we don't have any clean structure yet to the downside. You know, we tried to, if we had already, if we had sustained this down move, then I would look for the gap fill, but we had wicked it, so I went for the reversal, and that's my long setup. And since getting stopped out in profit of the longs, we neither made a new low of the session. We're still inside. Push back up. Looks like it's getting dangerously close to this little swing low there. And it's just looking like lower probability right now. For me to want to look for a gap fill, honestly, like I said it straight up in the morning. I wanted one of them to take out London high and the other not to, and then have a divergence there and go lower. And neither of them took out London high. So that's why I haven't taken a short. It's just not looking pretty anymore. A lot of ranging. Right, but honestly today, what was the range? We had a pretty good range on NASDAQ, 180 points, something like that. Yeah, about 190 points. And we were able to get 90 to 100 points of that. Long from here to there. Good so far. Oop, NASDAQ took out that low. See how we react there. It's rough. All right. Good morning. Okay, you guys, there are also 2 winners. There's one for the monitor and one for the lifetime license. So one person will also win a lifetime NinjaTrader license, which is amazing. You get the best commissions. Okay, the giveaway is about to be closed. Yep, the giveaway is now closed, and soon we're going to pick the winner. Hype, hype, hype. Hit the like button. Damon says preemptive cheering. Cool. Banger, banger, banger. All right. All right, cool. The producer has just sent me a message. The monitor winner is Nanka, Nanka. And the license winner is Hadi, Hadi, all in caps. Congrats to Nanka and Hadi, but you have 5 minutes to type something in the chat to claim your prize. So let's see if you're here. I think they're about to write. Yeah, Nanka and Hadi. NinjaTrader just tagged them in the chat. So let's see. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, Hattie is there. Congrats. You won a lifetime license to NinjaTrader. Woohoo. Hattie is there. Where are you, Nanka? Mm-hmm. Where you at? Where you at? They got 5 minutes to claim the monitor. Otherwise, we choose again. Where we at? Where are we at? Nanka's got 2 more minutes. If she or he does not type in the chat, we will redraw for the monitor. Paul, you're funny. Tim passed an eval. Congrats. Let's see what's going to end up happening. One more minute. Where you at? Where you at? Video Star Kid says 151,000 subscribers now too. So awesome to see. Hell yeah. Woohoo. 30 more seconds. The end of this 1 minute candle, we will redraw if Nanka does not claim in the chat. Lenny is funny. We got a timer anyway right there going on my charts, right? And by the way, that's just the indicator called bar timer. Five, four, three, two, one. Redrawing, redrawing. Uh-oh. Redrawing the winner for the monitor, 27-inch ultrafine LG monitor ergonomic stand. Redrawing, what the producer says. All right. Stand by now. Redraw. Who's the new winner? Also, the new winner will have 5 minutes to claim, or else we will redraw again. The winner is Chicken Dinner. Congrats to Chicken Dinner. Winner, chicken dinner, as they say. The winner, the new winner, redrawed winner is Chicken Dinner. Okay, if you can believe that. That is hilarious. So, Chicken Dinner, we're waiting for you to type something in the chat. You better be here. Edwards L had chicken dinner yesterday. Word, nice. I had steak and cream spinach. It was good. That is hilarious. Winner, chicken dinner. Where you at? Where you at? They responded. Did they respond? I'm looking through the chat also. Oh, there you are. Chicken dinner said that would be me. Hell yeah. Thank you. Congrats. There we go. That's what we needed to see. Super fun day here on the stream. Super fun day. We got those longs and we gave away a NinjaTrader lifetime license and an LG monitor. So NinjaTrader will be in touch with the winners. Congrats. And if you want to see more giveaways in the future, make sure you subscribe. You tell your friends to subscribe. We're live here on NinjaTrader every day. And here we go. What a fun day.
Hey, morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Still. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Great day today.
Awesome.
Yeah, took along and got about 100 points on the NASDAQ. So can't complain.
Hell yeah. That's great. Yeah, it was really ripping there for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we kind of just started to range within the range.
Yep. Yes. It does look like it's trying to build out a really annoying balance day.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this. I don't know. I'm leaning. I know this is crazy to say out loud, but I'm leaning bearish on ES at the moment. We kind of retested that spot that I was looking for over. Let's see how close we actually got to it. Let me get this. Yeah, that guy. Yep, we couldn't break out of this stupid monthly cloud at 95. And yep, now we're just grinding lower. I don't know. We got that big
I know. That
gap.
big gap, but
It's not a real gap as far as we're concerned. but yeah, they do sit there and make me curious. So I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to get short to this weekly open today, or we're just gonna build volume here.
Yeah, the weekly open is right above the gap, right? So why do you say it's not a real gap? I'm just wondering.
Oh, any sort of we just don't count this overnight gap in auction market theory stuff.
Okay.
Because our gaps are just based on previous day high and lows, just like RTH sessions. But something this big is definitely worth noting for me.
Oh yeah.
And then they left this all. I don't know. I traded the hell out of Friday, and I watched them, leave this massive node here at 66.95 when they closed. So I don't know. I don't know what this market wants to do, but
wants to do whatever it wants to do.
Yep. Yes.
That's what I've seen. Were you trading on Friday?
Yes, I was. It was extremely weird. I was super long all day, and then all of a sudden that news hit, or whatever happened, and it was just like, the candle moves so fast that the screen kind of freezes. That's what happened. Me and XY were both on.
Starts going through the floor of your chart, and you have to start zooming out more.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. I was zoomed into like a 18-point range, and I was like, all right, hold on, let me find where this
You
candle
got to
is
start
at.
redrawing more levels. You got to start drawing more and more levels, go down to the weekly levels. Then you know it's a crazy day.
Yep. It was wild. We got to my last chance
Mhm.
longs. I took those, and those got pummeled, and then I eventually ended up getting short until the contract roll gap. So that was cool.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was a lot of work for a Friday, though. I definitely
Oh
paid
yeah.
the mental capital price.
That's a good thing. Then you go into a weekend and you could just kind of refresh and reset.
Oh yeah, it was great. Had a great weekend. Steelers won. No complaints. How about you?
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I had a really busy Friday where I went to the New York Stock Exchange, which was awesome, and then I went
Whoa, what?
to,
Oh yeah, I saw you
yeah,
got a picture with the dude. I don't remember that guy's
with Peter
name.
Tuchman. Yeah,
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh,
It was awesome. Yeah, he invited me, and it was really sick. We did an interview. Give me
amazing.
a tour, give me a little history. I also vlogged it. It's gonna be cool.
That's so awesome.
And yeah, I know it's so cool because like I walked past it on Wall Street. I've lived here my whole life, never been inside. Now it's
Yeah,
you gotta get invited, and so it's cool to make it behind the closed doors.
that's so sick. Um, what's back there? What's the coolest part? What was the coolest thing other than getting to hang out with that dude? Because
I would
that
say
guy's a
like yeah,
character.
more ringing seeing them ring the morning bell.
Oh
So
man.
cool. I think that's like so sick. Yeah, right at 9:30, they ring the morning bell. And also there's like a separate IPO bell as well. And just
Okay.
it was pretty cool. They even had like there's like parts of it that's like kind of feels like a museum because they have like the seat of the stock exchange, if you can buy a seat and they had one of those.
Whoa.
Um, and it's cool. You can go to the second floor and you see all the screens of views and like market maker CNBC is live there. It's pretty sick. I mean, yeah, you can't complain. It was a cool Friday, and plus I was there while
Yeah.
the market was dropping, but it's not what you would think. It's just really quiet in there. It's almost like eerie
Okay.
because it's no one's on the pit,
Right. Right.
the pit anymore. So it's just market makers and some news reporters and such. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, it was really cool, and just seeing history, like the ceiling of the building's cool, and it even has amazing architecture, like this in the style. And what's crazy is that all the screens and tables and things, they are so heavy that actually the building has these cables, and it kind of holds itself up because the foundation is not strong enough for all that. So
Whoa. Okay.
in Lower Manhattan, the bedrock's not the same. So it's kind of crazy to just see all that and like the building's literally holding itself up.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's cool. I
That's
think
awesome.
mhm,
What a
mhm.
lucky duck. That's so fun. Man, I would love to do that and see that. That's so cool. It's kind of like, yeah, I bet it is like a museum slash TV studio pretty much now.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Um, and yeah, but other than that, then this weekend, been practicing some golf. Excited for that. Of course, for this Thursday and Friday. Be
Me
so
too.
fun.
I had to get proper golf shoes
Oh, me too.
as required by the fancy club. I've always
Wait,
just golfed in my Converse. I've never gotten
what?
golf shoes before. Yeah, I know that might sound crazy, but that's what I've always done. Yep. So
Oh, wow. Okay,
yes, so that
cool.
was fun. So we'll see.
Whatever works. Hmm.
I'll either be a lot better or a lot worse.
Nah, you'll be better. I got new ones too. Got these pink ones.
Sick.
Hmm. Yeah.
I tried to
So,
get these 89 Jordan throwback golf shoes, but they came and they didn't fit, so I was bummed. I had to go to Dick's and get these Pumas instead. But next
oh,
season I'll get the throwback Air Jordan golf shoes. I can't believe that's a thing. I was like, yeah, I have to have this. This is ridiculous.
I know, right?
But no, I'm not a shoe
Everyone's saying in the
person.
chat, post, not pit. Thank you. Post.
Post, okay.
Yeah, not okay. Good to know. Um, and My bad. I wasn't even, but when was I born? In the late 90s. Yeah. I think it was pretty much over by then. I think electronic trading came, yeah, pretty quickly, actually, after I was born. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah, Peter Tuchman did a really good job about giving us a tour and everything.
That's so
But
cool.
yeah, it's gonna be a fun weekend. I'm looking forward to Florida.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Looking
It's
for better
freezing here,
weather.
so
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
We got
It's
a
been,
nor'easter here.
ooh, those things suck.
100%. So
This is a perfect time for us to go to Florida. It was like raining and 42 degrees today. I was like, oh, okay. 2 more days so I can get out of here.
100%, just counting down the days. Well, I'll leave you to it, Stowe. Good luck and good
Cool.
trading. Yeah, good luck and good trading. Should be it's a fun, interesting range we got here.
Yep. Plenty of meat on the bone here. We'll see what it wants to do, but
Mhm.
we'll do something. Thanks, Tanya. See you in a
Thanks.
bit.
See you soon.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mark, I don't have a Steelers jersey. We've been over this. I'm more of a Bills fan anyway. Good morning, GDL. Good morning. Yeah, I've only ever worn Converse to do everything. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's just the shoe. I don't know. Good morning, guys. There's everybody. Nice. Good morning, Riley. Jims, JC. Good morning. Good morning. Sir Grumbles. Good morning. Drunk Radish. Good morning, my friend. What's up, Tim? What's up? Hey, Nautilus. What's up? Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody feeling today? Everybody feeling good? Kind of spicy morning today. I sat most of it out because we're kind of in the middle of nowhere, and Q looked like it was really, really making a push for the high. I'll get into this in a second once I say hi to everybody. We'll let everybody get in here. Hey, Tracy. Good morning. No wit. I shall never get to New Balances. However, I did have to start replacing the soles of Converse shoes. I have to put different insoles in there. I'm gelling. If you know, you know. Trying to talk me into this continuation short down here. Blue team doing something. I don't think so, though. This is a cautious day for me, for sure. Post-trend day, kind of. I don't know. I don't really know if post-weird news liquidation counts as post-trend day, but it should. The book is still very thin, which is good. That means we can size down and still get a bunch of points. I had some execution problems this morning. A copier I was using was messing up, so I tried to get in the short here and got right out. I ended up getting this continuation short here. I might be done. I got 20 points out of that, so I don't hate it, and it looks like we're making this. This low sucks now for sure. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about how I want to approach this, because it just keeps going violently in both directions. Like I almost got in up here. We got up, started to consolidate, and then we liquidated big time out of that back to the open. But now 660's catching the knife, so I'm just gonna wait. Gonna be careful. Today. That's the plan. Morning, man, Bear Bowl. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning. Good morning, Shauna. Hey. Nice. Good job, man, dude. Atlanta's fun. Gnarly traffic. Hey, Nathan. Good morning. Good morning, A. Jacobson. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I think the CME's still up. Everything's still normal today. It's just the bond market's closed. Pretty sure. Whoa, do they really? Beach, I could put, wow, that's awesome. I could put golf cleats on my chucks. That would be crazy. Good morning, Justin. Hey, what's up, bud? Morning, Fitz. Yeah, it's open. Everything's open. I mean, just the bond market's closed today, I think. Pretty sure. Don't listen to me. I don't know. But I'm fairly certain. Cool. Good. Good. Is it Canadian Thanksgiving? That's fun. Just going to go up in a straight line right now, huh? Kind of violent. ES and NQ are they're kind of high time frame diverging right now. I'll show you in a second. I'm just trying to see if I should get back short here. I might wait for the +1. It's pretty wild. This all of this stuff is a little weird. So made a big push, consolidate, drop, consolidate, push. No real consolidation up here on that. So this was more like a ricochet off of these folks. So I don't know. There's definitely a buyer down here still. I just don't. I mean, it's an equal low now, which I hate. Haven't run any of this. None of this has been run. So this is all. These are the London lows, I guess, down here. Very strong. Have not even been able to get any of those stops. So we'll see. We'll see if we leave this note up here again on this last trip. You can see all this passive selling here. Just don't know. I'm not trying to take a trade in the middle of nowhere today. It looks like we're going to be balancing to a degree today. So exactly, Shreddy. Exactly. I like this. I like this emoji guy. Saxophone, telephone, guitar, trash can, paperclip. I like it. No, Malik's Mel's nothing's going on today. It's just it's a bank holiday. It's Columbus Day. The bond market's closed. That's it. Kids are home from school, if that affects you. Fellow parents. Crude wallet. My opening range is 5 minutes, the one that you're looking at here. So OR high to OR low is a 5-minute opening range. Yeah, this is the London 30-second opening range here. And it kind of, I mean, it was really long and then really short. And now this 88 is holding it down. I talked about this a little bit yesterday on the Sunday show. That was fun. Chilling with Sarah and Pax and Nick. Let me pull this up. All right. So let's look at the big chart. Let's just get some bearings. So pretty much the entirety of October is just this tight balance range. And I mean, I'd even make it even tighter. It was like 67.45 to 68.10. I mean, this is a tight box. And you can see what happens when we leave a range violently. You can see what happens to the VWAP bands, right? They get pretty wild. Currently, the previous week -1 is this 88.75 that we can't seem to clear. It's just right up in here. My delta's reset since then, but there was a lot of absorption up here too. So, on Monday and Tuesday, we use those for trend context. And if we can't get above it, that's, confirming a downtrend. And then we also flip back to the big guy. We also can't get out of the purple band. And purple band is our October -1. I had hopes here. I had hopes that this was going to be possible. When I saw this overnight, I was like, but RTH holding it in. So I really don't want to be long above or below 88 to 94, we'll call it. And I mean, these numbers, the 88 is going to stay the same, but 94 will move depending on how price reacts. But we're just building this node here. And this is the top of it. So I've just taken a couple very cautious shorts today, and I got 20 points. So I kind of feel good about that. Might just chill. Oh, the Russell's leading. That's good. Good job. I only trade the Russell, or well, I don't actually ever trade the Russell, but I only look at the Russell when Delhi is long. That's it. Those are my qualifiers. I mean, look at this. Look at price go literally straight up right now out of 64. Just 20 points in a straight line up. Disgusting. So I shan't be shorting this spot either. For crude wallet, I use 30 seconds for London. I'm mostly just trying to see like where it opened. So 30 seconds is good enough for me for that. All right, we're pushing. Yep, seller's still there for sure. I need a little bit more to lean on then. Just that little blip though. Let's see what NQ's doing. No, I'm still good. I want this to fail properly up here. And it doesn't look like it's, I mean, the bid is bidding. So I'm not going to step in front of these dudes. Hey, good morning, Flat here. How are you, brother? Michael, how to feel about the Steelers? I don't know, man. They look okay. I haven't really seen them play like many competitive teams, but they're already well on the way to the playoffs the way the division works. So that's kind of all anybody here cares about. Looked pretty good yesterday, but I mean, you're playing the Browns, so Browns had a lot of holes in their game yesterday. The big thing on Sports Talk Radio today was that so we're playing the Bengals on Thursday, and Flacco versus Rodgers might be the oldest quarterback matchup that's ever happened. I got out of the car before they told me if that was true or not, but I thought that was pretty funny. Like, yeah, Flacco and Rodgers, they've been around for forever, man. No, I'm not a Steelers fan. Where I grew up, I mean, I live in the neighborhood, or I live in the region for Steelers fans, but where I grew up as a kid, we were closer to Buffalo than Pittsburgh, so everybody there was a Bills fan. Hey, trading for keeps. Hope you did too, bud. I had a great weekend. I feel very relaxed, actually, which is nice. I did not feel very relaxed last week. I don't know why. No, I'm not from Maine, Flocky. That'd be cool. I would live in Maine. Well, I mean, if I had to. I like it here, but. CH has a question. With the recent volatility around Truth Social. Okay, this is fun. I should have read this before I started reading it. All right, anyway. I'm wondering if we've seen the last of the market tremors or if there's still more drama to come before year end. Is now a good time to take profit and unplug for a bit, or are we in for another round of surprises? Oh, bro. I don't know, man. Anything could happen. There's no it's like assigning the why to why things are happening in the market is almost the most useless pursuit for me. It's basically the most pointless thing I can do is try to figure out why something happened. I mean, because there's no need to know why. You're watching I'm watching orders come in and out. I don't care why they're in here. I don't know. So, I mean, unless you follow social media and like you're interested in it, there's really no need to wonder those things. The market will create all kinds of reasons to do whatever it's going to do. I mean, it's just going to do it. Volatility comes in, participants decide they want out, participants decide they want in. Who the hell knows what they're up to? You literally can't know what other traders are trying to do. So, no point in thinking about it. Just do your own thing. If you feel like taking profit on whatever you have to take profit on, just do it, man. Do whatever you feel like doing. Let's see if this 88 holds on the way. See, they tried to bait me into this thing back here, and I was wary. It was NQ saved me from this. Give it a shot. See if this little node guy's gonna hold. Let's see what 88 wants to do. 88, 25, yeah, 3.5 points. That's fine. We'll take a shot. They gave us a pullback for ants there. Try to take it. Oh, vintage traders from Maine. That's awesome. Yeah, I like Maine a lot. Very good beer in Maine. Yeah, very good beer. Played Portland a couple times. Cool theater there. Thank you, Regal. I mean, I like Aaron Rodgers. He's a pretty strange guy, which I'm into. I like people that are weird like that. Um, I just think it's fun. And people feel enough freedom to be as completely insane as they want to be. Yeah, man, dude, I've been to many shows in Erie. Forward Hall when I was a kid. Isaac, this is an interesting question, bud. Isaac says, "So, can you please suggest a daily drawdown limit and entry size for prop challenges?" No, I can't. The thing about that is you got to do your own math and figure out your own sizing. But the thing about prop challenges or just using props in general is you got to treat that like it's your own money. Otherwise, two things happen to you. Number one, um, you'll you'll get yourself outside of the real benefit of using that to practice with. Meaning that like you'll get too used to the idea of not having your own skin in the game. And then secondly, you'll start to game a lot of those rules, and that is ultimately a net negative for you when you get to the part where you have to trade your own money. Because ultimately, the goal of those things should be just to set you up for success in the future. So it should be like half practice with some skin in the game, right? Trying to see if this 88 is going to hold up. Put another one there. So whatever drawdown you have, just treat that like it's your own money. If you have a $3,000 drawdown, size accordingly. And you can figure out. So the reason I can't tell you how to size is I don't know how you trade. And no one trades the same. Everybody's going to trade differently. A good thing to know is what your max consecutive losses is. And you can do that. You can find that out easily. All you have to do is go to a equity curve simulator. You can just Google that and a bunch pop up. And what you'll want to do is you want to plug in your win rate and then your win percentage and run, 1,000 different simulations. And it will eventually tell you how many total losses you can sustain in a row before you go to zero. And you need to size in a way that protects you against ruin, right? So you should at least be sizing small enough so that you can take however many losses in a row you need to take and allow yourself to stay in the game and let variance be on your side at some point. This 92 guy is like really making a stand right here. Look at this ledge. I think we're going to get him. Maybe not. I also I got some DMs a while ago about what is variance and why, because I say the word variance a lot. I understand that can be a concept that not a lot of people know about, so I'll talk about that a little bit today. I'm just watching this trade. 93. You're just gonna absorb the whole thing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, boys? Huh? Huh? I think I'm standing on a rug a little bit. Not loving it. NQ's buying this 880 spot. Huh? How about this time? We get through him this time? Maybe. Maybe. There you go. You got a cross. Nice, nice. Okay. This puts us right at the top of that band now. We're trying to get out again. Woo! Let's go. Now, I did get filled right there. We didn't break the IB. Did we? No. 7 lots filled at 97. Wow, lucky me. I got filled. That's cool. Very nice. I like. Anyway, sorry about that. I will tuck this under here and then we can keep talking. Let me make sure I'm not over my spot here. Okay, cool. Anyways. Oh, good. That's awesome, Flight here. Good for you, buddy. Thanks for hanging, man. I love trading with you. Yes. Bissell Brothers Phoenix. Indeed. Indeed. Very, 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 very good beer. Did Jim say he was bearish? Well, you know the rule about inverse and Jim. I mean, we're fighting with the thing again. See? Now we're at 93. So we're currently trying to escape. And we're making this like, I mean, this low volume here is pretty awesome. This would be nice if we could zip through it. Obviously, this is like 40 points. So I don't know if it's going to be that clean, but I'm going to lean long on here, over here just because of the way that the day type is setting up, but I just have these in the back of my head. And we cleared 88 and we came back down and we tested it a couple times here. So this is I'm just intraday, not trying to get too weird, remember? I just need 5 to 10 points at a time. But I like this. So that's why I got these longs in. I see it's at least getting an overnight high. Why not? Why not? Why not us? I was also short today, Luke. But yeah, it's just why did I buy this? Look at this. Look at this straight line right here. There wasn't a buyer in sight right here. Nobody. And then we got a tiny little pullback to this, this little high. It's holding. Yeah. And I have a target, right? Because we're going to break the IB high or the IB low, like, I don't know, 80% of the time, something like that. So I'm like, okay, I can get in here, couple lots, take one off at IB for 7 points, and then hold the rest if we're going to get out of this high time frame stuff. But yeah, that's why. And then if we lose this and get back in here, then I'll have a good volume node to lean off of for a short continuation to the other side. But it's a lot of two-way today until this. one giant 30-point straight up nightmare bid. So I don't know. Hey, you're welcome, Isaac. No problem. Oh, Harry asked the same question. Why am I long? Same those things. I had a target. Could put on with a decent amount of risk. Yeah, leaning on this LVN at the time. I think I explained that pretty good. Yes, never fade Jim, YouTube goer 246. That is true. Pay the Stowe. Pay that Stowe his money. He beat me. He beat me straight up. I can kind of do that accent, I guess, huh? That's cool. All night to just chick. I do need some Oreos for Tintin. You're right. Don't Russell Wilson us though. Fair enough. Hey, Jeremiah. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Nice to see new people float around. This place is cool. Everybody in here is nice. I used to have some trolls, but they're gone. I'm until more resurface. I'm troll free, which is interesting. How did I learn how to trade like this? It was not a course. No, I just mostly just YouTube and hanging around, asking good traders questions. That's pretty much it. My stuff is a combination of volume profile, VWAP bands that I use to identify trend. And I learned that if it's much easier to go with a trend than to fight it. So I created some rules around my VWAP bands to keep me out of as much trouble as humanly possible. Yeah. So that's it. Just hanging out. That's how I learned how to do it. You can teach yourself how to do almost anything, man. So it's just gotta, I don't know. You probably have to like it enough. I know that the idea of like freedom and be your own boss and trade and whatever, it sounds cool, but it's actually not that fun if you don't love it. So you have to also love it. I happen to love it. Best game ever. So. Yeah, money helps too, Justin. Yes. I did start with nothing. I started with $0. So you can do that. You can turn Monopoly money into actual money and make a career out of this if you want to. It's a very, very slim chance. The odds are stacked against you, but you always have a chance, dude. Oh yeah, I also have there's some videos for free that you can look at on paintingthetape.net if you want to, Jeremiah. And then our other dudes, XY, Nick, and Leo. Leo has a bunch of playbook stuff up there too. Yeah, but lots of free stuff for you. NQ's losing its spot up here. Not looking good for the runner.
Like I'm talking to one of my daughters. Come on, sweetheart.
Cool. No problem, bud. No problem. Dane has a good one. Dane says, also good morning, Dane. Hello. Stowe, ES has been back and forth in a range, and many people trade from the edges back towards the other side. What made you enter high for continuation higher? That's just the setup I saw in that moment. I do deep down think that this is going to be a balance day. It's feeling like one, but I'm just going continuation higher based on like this is a pretty big context shift right here. Same as this was too. So I wasn't trying to buy this down here because this was like yikes. And now this is like yikes in the opposite direction. So now we have two poor highs where we have a poor high and a poor low, this is fun. Yeah, but I liked holding this 88. And yeah, I guess the reason I got in it is because I saw more buyers and sellers here, and I had a target. So IB high break, and then overnight high was ultimately my real target. But yeah, that's it. I totally plan to get stopped here and then, go back to neutral if I have to. So, but we'll see. As far, I come on here all the time. I am at least trading. Well, this week's a little different because we're all going to be hanging out in Florida. But normally I'm on 5 days, 5 times a week minimum, usually more. And no, I don't have a trading room or anything. The best way to talk to me is like right now, right here. This is the trading room. We're inside of it. You are the trading room you want to be. They're pushing him. They're going to save me? That was close. One tick away. I'll stay on the other side of that if I'm going to get back in this. Let's see, 85. That's 4. That's 4 points. What time is it? 11:43. We'll see. Might just pull the ejection button on this one. I think you got a buy right there, though. Yeah, somebody definitely buying the NQ right there. Is he gonna win though? Little fight. Yeah, I'll just get out. This could still work. We're getting into middle of nowhere territory a little bit, so we're back below the monthly band. We couldn't get out, so we'll chill. No, Frank, I just trade from home. The NT studios are in Florida, but I get to see them, so that's gonna be cool. But yeah, as far, just hang here. This is where you watch me and talk to me too. It's a poor high too, KDR. I got both. We got both working right now. Yeah, trading for keeps. Yes, I'll do 9 days a week for sure. I don't know how. I'm gonna have to bend time and space, but I've been trying to do that anyway. So looks like that 88 guy really held it down. Good work, bud. Oh, thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. No, Edwards, I'm flat. I was long that 88 spot, but NQ talked me out of it. It's okay. It's pretty aggressive. It's got to be weird, right, Phoenix? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, variance. So I wanted to talk about this. So I got a bunch of DMs about this. Like, what is variance? Why do you keep saying that word out loud? So I'll tell you. Variance is the thing that decides whether you win or lose, and it doesn't care how many losses in a row you've had, how many wins in a row you've had. Variance is the thing that resets every time that you do a thing. So the best way to explain this is like if you and I were playing a game and we're flipping a coin, and every time that, like, say I have a 50% win rate, and every time we flip that coin, there's a 50-50 chance it's going to be heads, right? So variance is that 50% chance. Now, if I have a trading strategy that has a total win rate of, let's say, 55%, that means I'm going to lose 45% of the time, right? So every time I get into a trade, some people might think that, if you've lost the last 3 or 4, you can, have a better chance of winning the next one. That's not true. Variance doesn't care how many you've lost in a row. The only thing it cares about is that win rate, and it's going to land on either side of that coin. That's the thing you have to remember if you're going to be, I don't know, people don't like to say placing bets, but if you're going to be putting risk on whatever, it's easier for me to think about it in terms of bets. But that's the thing you have to remember is just because you lost 3 times in a row on good trades doesn't mean you can't lose 3 more times in a row on good trades. That's variance. Now, occasionally, variance is your friend. In that example, variance is your enemy, but sometimes variance likes you, and you'll win 4 in a row. Now, that's an outlier in your favor. So the reason I talk about variance all the time is it's important to keep the idea of luck and chance in your head as you do this, because even though you're going to lose 40% of the time, that 40% might come with 5, 10 losing trades in a row. That's why sizing and managing your risk is probably the most important part of this game, because you have to stay alive long enough to survive those times when variance hates your guts. And when you get through them, you'll also see streaks on the other side, and you'll be on a heater and you'll be like, I'm untouchable. No one can stop me. Me and variance, we're taking this thing to the moon. and that's its own problem. And then you get on winner's tilt, and that's probably a conversation for a different day. But the way that I trade is I'm a discretionary trader. I know my win rate. I know my profit factor. I need to be successful in the style that I trade. And so those are the metrics that I track. And when I talk about variance being on your side, it's just when variance is giving you more wins than you deserve. And when variance is against you, variance is giving you more losses than you deserve. And sometimes spider. Oh, that's good, Isaac. Cool. Yeah, same theory. Lots of good. I mean, I know that I believe that people have the word gambling in their minds as a negative, because it's like, there's some social stereotypes about that. There's religious connotations too to some folks. So they don't like that word. But there is a lot of useful math and about probabilities that applies to both worlds. And so if you've ever felt like, you don't like the phrase gambling, or that it bums you out, like, try to imagine probabilities instead and go down that math rabbit hole, because that math can still help you in this world a little bit when it comes to sizing and expectations, and, having some reality around these numbers on a screen. I'm not telling you, Jacob. I'm not telling you what a poor eye is. Yep, there's only probability and variance. That's right. You are right, my friend. Variance is hard to explain, Flight here. Did I do an okay job? I don't know. I know that people don't like to hear those gambling analogies, so I'm trying to find different ways to explain that, but that's just the way that it's mapped in my brain. I don't know. Jim, maybe Jim can help me.
So,
Hey, morning, brother.
yeah, good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. Let me pull up the Zoom so I can see in real life. There you are.
Wow.
Looking
you
good,
go.
Jim. Happy Monday.
Thank you. Happy Monday. Congratulations on Discount Double Check. He had a good game.
Yes, he did. He
Yeah.
did pretty good.
Yeah. 116 quarterback rating. Not bad. 2 touchdowns.
Yep. It was cool. I even got the under. I was all set.
That's the thing about South Carolina. There's not a lot of legal sins you could do.
You're missing out.
I know.
We have almost all of them up here. Close.
I so badly wanted to bet on the Indiana Hoosiers. I knew they were going to win, and couldn't.
Couldn't pull the trigger.
I should have called you to place a bet for me.
Yeah, man. I mean, or quick, fly to Atlantic City real fast. I'll meet you.
Well, that's an option I didn't consider until right now. Okay.
Yeah, hop
I didn't know that
right
was on
in,
the
man.
table.
I'll hop over there. No big deal.
Yeah. How far is that from your house?
I don't know. I assume I could fly there in like 45 minutes. Drive, it's a lot worse. I'd rather just drive to South Carolina than Atlantic City. So
Anytime, my friend. Oh man. All right. So your whole theory though on you could teach yourself anything is not true.
you don't think so?
No. Because
I disagree.
I built this like paver sidewalk in my backyard, and I watched 100,000 YouTube videos on how to do
Okay.
it. So I did it, and now they're all crooked and lopsided, and it's horrible. It's a disaster.
It sounds like you're still learning from yourself. It sounds like you're not quite done teaching yourself how to do those paver stones.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, and the last thing I wanted to mention to you, you mentioned you're getting a lot of VIX ads.
I am. Have you noticed that? Are you getting VIX ads too?
What I get? I'm getting these casting call ads.
Like to try to make you famous. This is a good idea.
I don't know what the scam is behind this, but there's some scam. I don't know what it's all about.
I think you should answer them, and I feel like we can start seeing you in like Benadryl commercials or whatever there is. I don't know what it's gonna be.
Yeah, old man commercials. Yeah,
allergy commercials.
Yeah.
I feel like I would be good in like a back pain commercial. Like we're like, oh yeah.
I'd be good with dementia commercials. Oh my goodness. Anyway,
It'll just be Austin telling you to start your screen share.
Yeah. That's my notes for you today, man.
All right, cool.
Yeah. And then did you hear this morning with PAX?
No.
Here's the thing, and this I'm addressing the audience right now.
Okay.
Anytime you have an opportunity for the 10 minutes before PAX is scheduled to appear, you want to be on here because he doesn't turn his mic off when he's backstage, and God knows what he's going to say. It's the best part of my morning.
Oh man. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going back. Sav, don't clip that out yet till I got a chance to listen.
Today
to
he just laughed when I said something that was funny, but his laughter I heard it, and I think probably everyone heard it, and it threw me off completely. I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway.
I try not to do that to you. I try to stay on mute while you're doing your thing in the afternoon, but sometimes I bust through too with that laugh.
No, you got it. 5 minutes before PAX is supposed to be on. That's when you want to be tuned in. Anyway, all right, awesome, brother. I'm gonna do a edge alert to end the morning. You're back this afternoon. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Me and Nick.
Wow. All right. Looking forward to it, man. I'll talk to you then, man.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, chat, and see you in a bit.
All right. So this morning I did say I was bearish. I don't know what I am right now, to be honest with you. I mean, I should have clicked the neutral vote right now, but I just wanted to show you the screen right now. We have the value area here is really, really tight and it's really flat, right? We don't have that point of control that's dominant. Right now, the official point of control, this is the E-mini S&P. Sorry, I should have started with that. And it's right. The official point of control is trading right where VWAP is trading right now. And this is the session VWAP for the mini S&P. We haven't had a breakout above the initial balance high. We haven't had a breakout below the initial balance low, and that's a rare condition for the E-mini S&P. For the London initial balance, we do have a breakout below, so that kind of set the pace for me to think, all right, this is going to be a little bit of a bearish day today. But really, the only kind of gamma levels that we've seen so far is that 0 DTE put support up here and that high vol level, which kind of defines the top of the day so far. So really tight range bound. I still feel like we should kind of explore the bottom part of the value area, but who knows? I mean, this has been sticky up here so far. It's lunchtime, going into lunchtime, things are slowing up a little bit, but I'm looking for a breakout one way or the other. And then again, we have that Stowe was talking about the overnight highs right there. That's the London initial balance high right there, and that is exactly 67.06 and a quarter. There's a high vol level at 67 even too, which could be a track price or attract some movement here. Let me show you where that is. That's right here. It's right here. This is a contract volume profile from the contract roll forward. Let me make sure I got all the data in here. Yep, I do. And so just that kind of point of control, that high volume node, as we call it, is right around 67.09, which is, we just missed it so far. The official point of control, though, is down here around 70, 66.75, 66.76, something like that. So keep your radar screen open for those levels as well as we go forward here. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though. The Bitcoin is an interesting story, right? The Bitcoin did not recover yet. So this is a daily Bitcoin right here. We had the nice rally. This sell-off, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is like 6 days in a row almost. Although we're not making a new lows, although Fridays was kind of extraordinary. And over the weekend, we just saw some negative prints here on my Kraken Pro app. I was checking that out all day Saturday, Sunday morning. We're below that 61.8 retracement right now, which means it's bearish. We're below the 50 EMA, double bearish. And the stochastics are crossing under relatively sharply here, triple bearish. So right now, I'm a little bit worried. We'll see if we can get any kind of drive up. Intraday, though, we do have some, again, tight range. Volume profile is not that great. Trading below VWAP. We have an equal and opposite candle formation on the initial balance. That first 30-minute candle, boom, big green. The second 30-minute candle, almost the same size body of a candle, and it's the opposite color. It's an equal and opposite candle, and that's typically bearish as well. And we saw some follow through on the downside. We're sitting right at that JAX3 level right now. Lastly, but not leastly, I think that's a thing. Let's go to gold, because gold just keeps, it's a gift that keeps on giving. Look at this. This is a daily candle here now, and I'm just going to adjust my my measurement here to see, since the 20th of August, 2025, we're up now 22.8% on gold futures. And there's no wick at this is a benchmark candle. It's a big one. It's a breakout to the upside again. We're huge price separation between price and that 8 EMA. There's no wick at the top of this daily candle. Super strong. Stochastics has just been strong ever since the beginning of September. So that's not helping us at all, other than this is a strong bull market with no sellers in sight. Again, initial balance breakout to the upside, right? It's intuitive to think, well, maybe we can't go any higher, but we can go higher. And not only that, there's not a lot of targets up here, right? All the gamma levels are low. All the high vol levels are below us right now. 61.66.9 is the next target I have up here. That's R3. That's another, what, $40? It'd be tough to get there today, but anything could happen as well. On the downside, I think this call resistance is really, really a nice place to think about support. 4,100 even. Bottom of the initial balance. It was for a long period of time resistance. Now it is support. 4,100 even. We're about 26 bucks over that level. All right. That is this afternoon's, or why do I say this afternoon's? Late morning Edge Report. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions. The giveaways were awesome across the board, a lot of fun. But really, thank you for supporting us. I think we're 151,000 now and climbing. We're going to get to that 200,000 sooner than later. So thank you for that. And don't forget about the challenge, the Arena Cup challenge coming up. There's 3 qualifying rounds to start. You could always still get involved in that, although it's filling up fast. It's going to be epic, $400,000 in cash prizes. Can't wait. All right. Having said all that, appreciate everybody being here. Good to see everybody in the chat today, and it's good to see everybody listening today as well. Even if you're not in the chat, thank you for being here. Having said all that, we'll see you 2:30, me and Shai, and then we're going to have Stowe back trading the close. So hopefully we'll see you there. Have a nice, relaxing lunch.